Listen, babe. Oh, yeah. Y'all, we have. Hey, welcome to class. Welcome to class. Thank you for being here. It sound okay online? Josh, we okay online? Huh? You said ready? You said we're okay? We're not okay? You enabled my sound on the computer? On eCam? I'm not on muted in eCam, am I? So can you hear me? Am I going through eCam? Hold on a second. Let me
Check. Did you hear me online as well?
All right. Just double checking the sound, make sure everything's okay. We good? Hold on a second. We're going to just let Josh hear sound before we get started because we have a lot to. I'll wait for Josh's thumbs up to make sure we good. Test 1, 2, 3. I should be talking for a second, so we good? Thumbs up. I can see a thumbs up. Okay, good. Welcome everybody online. Thank you for showing up. We're still dealing with COVID response, but we got Josh back and we got Jasadi back. But for those who arrived today, snacks will be coming through DoorDash because some of our support staff this week, them and their family came down with COVID. This new version of COVID is fast, it's quick, and it's intense. But today we have a lot to cover. As I did promise you guys, and I've been receiving feedback from everybody, that the actual class is really a game changer. We're going to open up for some Q&A in just a second. But I'm actually excited about this. I'm really excited about it. I'm excited about the feedback I'm hearing. Hopefully everybody had a chance to listen to the podcast. That podcast is fire. And what's so dope about that podcast is he's highlighting, not only is he highlighting a lot of things that we covered in the last two classes as far as principles. And when I say he's highlighting, he's not literally teaching as we taught in class. You see him using those principles it's almost like if I taught you how to shoot a jump shot, by listening to him, you're watching Ray Allen or Steph Curry shoot. And so in a sense, you see this level of perfection in the way that he's just using these tools so interchangeable. You see the comparisons tool. I even but one thing I don't know if you guys really tapped this. When he was speaking in the actual podcast, there's a deeper jewel there. I'm not sure you guys see the jewel. Quite often, we stereotype ourselves. You know, black folks, Negroes, poor, rich black folks, poor black folks, hood folks, gangsters, bosses, I'm that bitch, whatever. They just come with these little terms. But in all these terms, there's stereotypes. And because there's stereotypes, we don't really see us. Because we don't see us, we don't dissect us. Because we don't dissect us, we don't see our rivers. And he talked about, in India, a lot of times they build a dam where there's no river. And when they realize there's no river, instead of them shifting the dam to the river, which is the business is a dam, instead of shifting the business towards the river in the culture, they double down on the dam and makes the dam even much prettier. They put more lights and colors and beauty, but there's no river. And if you paid attention as he talked about his Indian culture, he was describing how he's analyzing human patterns, cultural beliefs, and that helps him identify where the opportunities exist. He even highlighted how he's trained in that he understands humanity and human behavior. This is what this class is about here. And by him understanding human behavior, he starts to identify cultural trends that are actual business opportunities that doesn't compare towards outside culture. Now, black folks, we know deep down inside, I don't have to tell you that being black in America is a separate culture within America. But yet, when we think about doing business, we're looking at white people's models and their examples on how to show up to our own community, not recognizing our own opportunities that exist because of how we're structured. And to me, that's amazing. Like that part of that podcast was just, I mean, it's so many pieces. He dropped so many jewels. He did the comparisons. He talked about first principle thinking. He talked about acceptance. He talked about so many dope things that we've been discussing in class, right? And so in that process, I don't think we really understand how much weight was in that podcast. And here's the other thing that I don't think we have mentioned is that I'm trying to get us to that level of thought. So the thing about this guy, he's a master builder. So he's used to building businesses. He's actually a master builder. And if you listen to the way his brain works, right, he loves to build, create businesses and move on to the next. But it's a mindset that he has. That mindset is really a great description of the way he showed up, his personality, the way that he spoke, the way that he thought. That's actually what I'm trying to deliver in the next 6 months to you. I want to elevate your communication about business, your business, the industry of business, competition, culture, scaling anything. I want you to be able to think very similar to that podcast that we put out. And that level of communication doesn't come from going to weekend seminars. Another thing he highlighted was he's a multidisciplinary thinker. Multidisciplinary thinker. So what does that mean? That means when he identifies a problem. So when DoorDash calls or whatever, whenever they ring, I just send them out there. But he's a multidisciplinary thinker. And what does that really translate to? Is that he's developing multiple lenses to see a single problem, which allows him to avoid biases, right? So he studies multiple things. He said that in order to be a business entrepreneur, most business entrepreneurs are philosophers. They're philosophers. Because they're not philosophers because he also used the phrase they're truth seekers, right? And I want you guys to pay attention to this. He said that they're truth seekers and they align with reality, right? Where most people don't align. We've been talking about this this whole time. That most of us align with our beliefs, but we're not aligned with reality. But entrepreneurs have to align with reality because that's going to be the challenges that really are confronting them. But if they build their philosophies and their principles around culture, hallucinations, and beliefs, they're no better off prepared to actually handle challenges that are stemming from reality itself. So this podcast is so fucking deep that I would even tell you, don't treat it as one and done, but treat it like as if you just purchased a new old school CD, or you just downloaded Kendrick Lamar's latest piece and our album. Let's still call it album. And you're revisiting the music, because if you go to even streaming, they call it his latest albums, right? If you revisit Kendrick Lamar's album after you heard it the first time, you don't just hear it one time, like, oh, that was a great album, and I'm done with it. You're often revisiting Kendrick Lamar because why? It has depth and value to you. Well, this piece I put out this week, it has so many layers to the things that he was highlighting, and even his approach and his why. It was such a parallel to the African American, the Latino and Asian plight is ridiculous. Ridiculous. He pretty much showed you how your culture has value. Your culture has value. But instead of you looking at it as it should be, just identify it. He even said this one thing where, so in India, they have a strong caste system. So the darker you are, you're not so loved. So when people get married, they go have this expensive skin lightening procedure. And he said, look, our people spend this kind of money on it. Why are we not aligning in this space? Right? Yes, it may not be the best cultural highlight you could ever think of. But the reality is that once you understand what your culture is doing, you'll see all type of rivers you can build dams for to capture those resources. And like he said, once you can identify the river, even a poorly ran business will do pretty well. Once you can identify the river, even a poorly designed business will do really, really well. So the reality is that in this context, a lot of us miss that opportunity to identify rivers because we stereotype ourselves or we let other people define black culture for us. Oh, people of color, minority, all these little phrases you keep listening to. People of color means that you neutralize your unique cultural background. Your unique, like for example, me and a person, an Asian Pacific person or Indian Asian person don't have the same backgrounds. Like he says the only similarity between us and China is the size of our population, but how we show up to that challenges are extremely different, right? And so, You know what? You know what? Josh, I know you just didn't. So in the end of the day, did he? I was like, Josh, my God, man. Come on, man. Space awareness. So at the end of the day, you have to start to see the cultural variations and the different cues and the different variables. And so people of color is actually anti-growth. Because when you say people of color, you're just meshing everybody into the same ideas and principles. You're not saying to yourself, wow. And even black folks, when you just say black folks in America, well, black folks in Chicago have a very different culture than black folks in Oakland. Black folks in Oakland has a very different culture than black folks in New York. Black folks in New York have a very, very different cultures in certain places in down south. Louisiana is different than Memphis, right? And if you don't know that, if you just say, oh, black people of color, these phrases, which is these outside projected ideas, I'm not saying that people had bad intent, but if you embrace this form of thinking, you can't see the variations and you can't see the rivers within your culture that you can build dams for to actually have economic opportunities to grow whatever business you have. So it's very important to identify and become curious of the variations that exist around you. And in America, we have such large groups of variations. There's so many possible opportunities, but you can't look at everybody through the lens of white people. You just can't. And even white people, when we identify white people, I promise you we've skewed that definition as well. So identifying rivers in a culture, I don't think you guys understand how powerful that is and how all this time I've been telling you guys I hate social justice, because if I'm trying to teach a group of people how to build something, social justice is neutralizing me on every fucking corner. It's not allowing us to see the variations, the complexities, the stories, and the challenges. So I thought that was great. So we go to this first slide. Hold on a second. Slide going. So this is some of the things we covered from last week, and I want to open up. I'm going to kind of go over this real quick. And if there's any questions, let's just jump into about a solid 10 minutes of questions, Q&A. But first one is we covered noise, how the brain will handle this new information. That this information has always been around you, but your brain has been turning into noise. And that from that noise, some of you may not be able to handle the pain of the noise. Thinking through numbers. We talked about how when you look at large groups and large systems and scaling anything, you have to think through numbers. Not your feelings, not your emotions, not your gut, not your spirituality. You have to be able to see the numbers. Illusions don't happen in your eyes, they happen in your mind, meaning that even though your senses are hearing, your eyes are seeing, your nose is smelling, your brain is defining what that means. See the world in 4 levels. We discussed that. Let's start saying the the poor against the rich, the West against the rest, and all those other phrases that refer to just two classes of people. And actually, you can see if you listen to the podcast, he's showing you the variations of people. How within the Indian culture, there's so many different variations, and that even within that tier, there's a certain group of people they focus their business towards, and a certain group of people they don't focus their business towards because there's no value there. We talked about understanding the world through evolution, that business should not be seen as what it is right now. You have to look at the pattern of evolution. What is the pattern of business growth? What's the pattern of cultural growth? We're like looking at how things are always evolving, but looking at things for it is what it is right now is a very narrow view. Binary biases. I wanted to do an exercise at the beginning of this class, but I'm gonna save it for the 2 weeks that we're off. I'm actually post some videos, and I want to get you guys feedback on, can you see the binary biases built into these videos? I put a video from George Floyd and a video from the mask from COVID, and I want you to see if you guys can see how the media is flooding you with so many binary biases, and can you see all of them? There's so many of them, it's ridiculous. Seeing the world through increments. Everything happens in increments. So if you're in a highlight zone, if you're in a highlight mental model, or you have this highlight bias where you're only looking at highlights in this world, you're missing the evolution of the world around you. Comparisons of averages, right? He talked about comparisons of averages all into his things and margins and so forth and so on, right? Comparison of extremes, right? So we talked about comparing extremes, which is another attached to the binary biases. The view from up here. So when you look at culture from level 4, that where we're at, you start to see everybody kind of being the same that's underneath you, where they're not. Distortion of living in America. So there's a distortion of when you live in America, how that's playing on how you perceive reality, the world around you, that level 4. Statistics distortion, 70%, 40%, 50%, learning to pull those numbers apart. Ambiguity definition, we went over that, a situation of or statement that is unclear because it can be understood in more than one way, and how sometimes ambiguity is seen as racism. So that must be this racism and ambiguity. And then last but not least, margins. So understanding what margins mean, how the margins work. And I said I'd get deeper into margins, but averages and margins, when you start thinking about business, start thinking about how people throw averages all the time, how we should think about averages and margins. That was all part of last class. So if there's any comments, questions, I think Shakina, you had one that you wanted to bring to the table. I think Shabisha, Lily definitely has one. Her hand is already, she got like a spring. He's like, what you say, boy, you know this is going down. But let's launch those questions real quick, and then let's try to ask questions aggressively quick, and then I'm gonna try to answer them aggressively quick so we can get all the questions in there, and then we'll jump right in, because we have a lot to cover tonight. Oh, zucchini bread? Yeah, okay, yeah. Okay, hey, everybody got some zucchini. Yeah, hey, y'all better save me a slice. I'm tired of walking back there and getting the crumbs, because they be doing me wrong, Court. I come after class, they be like, yeah, here's some crumbs. They be scraping the crumbs and then trying to squeeze it together. I'm like, hey, it looks like bread. And then we have pizzas on their way coming from Star Pizza. We like I said, it was a lot of confusion because of COVID, so we will have food coming. And Cassandra, yo, good looking on the zucchini. I love zucchini bread. It's one of my favorites. So don't y'all be doing me wrong. They'll be trying to pack all that food for grandma and leave me out of it. Okay, so anyway, can you want to start first, or should we start first? Who you want to start first? Okay, go ahead.
Well, mine also wasn't kind of a question, but just a...
For this weekend, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So I was talking to Nana this weekend, just about how the class is changing, and how I'm totally fired because you told me to write talking points down and I didn't. I'm sorry. But I think I have like a rough gist of what I was talking about. So, you know, we have people of all different levels in the class at different stages financially, the size of their business and everything. And I was just talking about how crazy it is to be able to master a level, perceived mastery of a level, and then once you grow past that point, realizing that you literally have to divorce everything, and that that the things that we learned are not necessarily transferable because it's what worked before instead of what's going to work right now. And I was just talking about how much I've had to change the way that I think and the way that I approach business and the way that I am training myself how to study because of the rapid change of me scaling my business. Majority of the things that worked before just don't work anymore, and just how we tend to believe that because we built a success in a platform or in a previous stage in life that's supposed to carry with us, and it's not. And I think it's dope because it's humbling, because it, for me at least, forces me to stay in this studious stage of I don't know shit, even if I think I know shit. I really, really don't know shit. And like, how curious am I about figuring out what's going to work right now so that I can learn how to adjust and pivot as quickly and smoothly as possible while still understanding that nothing is fixed and it's always changing. And so that was kind of, I don't know if I skipped anything. I know we went into it.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. But you had, I mean, I can't remember everything, but you covered, I mean, I think that's a lot of the material you covered. And I think was critical. I think what you was highlighting, that it's a distortion. Intelligence arrival is a distortion, and what you'll find is that every time you decide you go to a new level, is you starting over again. Every time you go to a new level, you're starting over again. I think that was trying to highlight, and that somebody who's been in class for 5 years, who's actually built a business, who's actually stable, who's actually experiencing growth. Her brain is also. I think you highlighted how things you couldn't get in the early stages that didn't have no value. It didn't have much value until you actually got out there and started building. And you start unlocking levels that you said, "Oh, whoa, shit, this is real," right? But sometimes you sit in class, it just seems like it's just material covering, but you don't realize how deep and how actually intense it is. But but I just want to thank you for sharing that. Shabisha, you want to jump into your portion?
So, I have a statement. One, this is, every year I say, oh, this is my favorite. No. This, I think I probably called you like 3 times.
Yeah, you did.
And then I text you too. I was very excited. So I had a question about the part in the podcast where he was talking about the inverse relationship between trust and diversity.
Mm-hmm.
And he was saying if things get too similar, then innovation dies. If things get too dissimilar, then trust dies. And so he was saying he was able to launch his businesses, and his second business blew up really quickly because low level of trust means that someone gets all the trust, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my question is, this is like a conceptual question, so go with me.
Mm-hmm.
Is this then saying that there's a potential? I think about Black-owned businesses.
Mm-hmm.
Are we saying that there is the opportunity for Black-owned businesses to quickly scale because there's low trust?
No trust in our culture.
Like in terms of the broader culture, right? So my question then is like, if the answer is like yes, is it saying that, or no? Why is it or is it not saying that?
Okay. Okay. Couple things. One is yes, it is. That's okay. The problem is we're being that same lack of trust is being used as to mislead us towards a lot of. The human brain doesn't have much resources. There's an argument. I think he made the argument on the podcast that we're not struggling with diversity. We don't have enough resources in our brain left for diversity, right? And that's actually true. Like diversity eats up a lot of calories. When you meet somebody new that you never met before, it's stressful in the brain. But if you're losing a lot of those calories on junk and trash and noise, when it comes time to discover somebody new or be curious or seek out truth, is that you making that noise? Okay. If you're seeking out truth or you going through that process, quite often it's extremely difficult because you have no resources left for that. So quite often we just start to lose tolerance for each other, right? And this is when we start to be like my opinion against your opinion. I just don't want to hear what you have to say. You're being seriously ignorant. Okay. The other side of that is that because we don't have resources in our brain, we often will accept somebody that shows strong leadership skills. We won't even question, like, because you can think for me, fine, just think for me. I don't have no energy to think no more. So people are seeking out like these sources to grab and grasp, right? But what often happens is that what we have is we have a leadership gap where we don't know how to extract and show up to that and drive that. So we have a raw resource where our people are seeking something to trust, but we don't know how to serve that yet. And so part of the stuff I've been trying to teach is how to extract, which is going to come later on. So you're really out there, but how to extract those resources of where our people are at, right? What do you call it? High angle or high loop or high curve people, which is people are highly talented group. Like there's a group of black people who are extremely highly talented, right? But we're not able to keep that resource quite often. And then he actually ended the podcast with it. He didn't dive deep enough into it. But we're not able actually to keep that resource because we don't know how to like design systems to give them what they need to be a part of us. And so that trust element, if you can actually lead through offensive thinking, you actually can capture there's so many possible opportunities, even like in the market, like going back into the marketing side, where a lot of times we're just buying out of habit, but a lot of times our trust is compromised in the market, right? But we can actually get to a point where we can actually have relationships. I feel there's a connection with our values and what we're purchasing. We can actually pull a lot of those resources from larger other companies, other races, other groups. But we don't know how to extract those things because going back to the conversation about the aligning your business, which is to the river, the business being the dam, the river being the market, we're still taking the cues of white folks' ideas, principles, and structures. And we're not saying, hey, they're different. It's not about the good. I'm not doing the social justice shit. They're different. And because they're different, then there's different opportunities over here, and there's different methodologies on how to access those resources. Why are we copying and pasting? And so I think we're losing a lot of our trust because, have you ever noticed like when people become business focused on community, they don't feel like they're part of us anymore? Yeah. Right? It's because they're taking on a lot of the principles and ideas. I believe they're very, very black in their heart and how they show up. But they're taking on a lot of principles and ideas that at the end of the day, doesn't look like us anymore. They don't feel like us anymore. So they're weakening their trust. And so there's a way to show up. And Fight Team Media has been pulling on that resource since we've been alive, which is how do we win the trust and alignment and loyalty of the market we're seeking to serve? Also, this week, a young lady who used to be a makeup artist called me. And she's like, hey, Nana, how you been? I was like, good. She's like, my daughters have a Sweet 16. Can you shoot it? I was like, I haven't picked up a camera in years. And she's like, what are you doing now? So I start telling my company. She goes, hey, I'm a director over at this pharmaceutical company that's worth billions, and we want to run a new marketing plan. I could push that contract your way, right? That's relationships and trust. Yeah. She didn't even like say, hey, can you send me something to see where you at? No, just look, it's going to come in about a couple of months. I'm going to reach out to you. Let's start working on putting you in this marketing position for some of these campaigns we need to run from this pharmaceutical company. So we don't understand none of this market value on trust because we keep identifying this neutral idea of business, which in itself, we don't see this desire, this value, this opportunity to gel, grow, expand, and scale. Or so, yeah.
No, don't see it at all.
No.
I'm speaking specifically for me because when I think about it, my mind goes to the place of it's going to have to be built from scratch. But what this is telling me is, no, it doesn't. It's already out there, but I do not see it. Because
we have these elementary definitions of what is black, or what's being part of black culture, and we keep allowing media to kind of like interject new definitions of it, and we're far away from learning the definitions that work for us. Like, we don't really own the conversation internally, or we shame each other if you're not black as me, or you're not wearing your dashiki today, or if your girlfriend don't look like she's from Ungawa, Black Africa, Nigeria. Like, let's cut that shit out. Like the conversations have to change. And what you'll find is that if we really understood the value of culture, and that's what I think I love about this podcast, we can actually really see the opportunities that we can actually exploit towards building solutions towards some of the things that we see as huge obstacles in our culture, especially education. Lily. Well, you turn it on. Just make sure the light is on. Push the button, hold it down. There you go. There you go.
A question came up as I heard you guys speaking on her comment and question. So a question that I have to that is, do we as Black people feel like we are not connected as we grow in business and revenue because we don't feel connected to the Black struggle anymore?
No, I don't. Okay, I'm good. I don't think it's about being connected to the struggle, because I think Black people are connected in their own ways, in multiple ways. Like one thing about I navigated all kind of Black folks, all kind of from somebody who feels pop to somebody who feels like super Black to Beyonce. Beyonce to me is super, super Black. To somebody like Lil Boosie. Like, that's my boy. I love that cat. I don't know what it is about that cat. I don't know. I can listen to him all day, but I think he speaks to my childhood experiences. I think we all show the Blackness differently. But I don't think it's the public's responsibility how to engineer that. I think it's the leader's responsibility how to engineer that. And so in the end, because we have a vacuum at the top, then I think it's just being underserved, and it's being through serving it, I think that creates alignment or creates structure around it. And also it creates incentives, which we'll get into some later on about the importance of incentives and how if you don't manage your incentives, you're not managing your company. But yeah, I think we need to open up the definition of what is Blackness. If somebody's married to a white woman and got white kids running around the house, but they're willing to invest in Black culture, that's Black shit, right? It may not be your, I tell brothers all the time, if you marry a white woman, you might not be the guy that can probably win the Black woman vote. You might not win on that one. But I think by us just saying, you not Black, you are Black, I think we got to turn that down a little bit, especially as business owners, and see how people are showing up. And you'll find that a lot of people show up to our calls or show up to support our group, or even if they give 1% or 5%. Sometimes other races just give 5%. That's all they need to give. They got to work on their own shit, right? But we got to learn how to kind of see that variable different. Like he said it earlier. He said, we don't see the world through numbers. We see the world through stories. That's the challenge we're having right now, is that we're looking at Black culture through stories. We're not looking at systems, numbers. We're not projecting the long term. We're not looking at averages, margin. We're not looking at any of that stuff. We're just into like, well, I heard this story. This is how I feel. And now I'm going to filter everything to that story. And when it comes to Blackness, the variation, light to dark, straight hair to curly hair, tall to short, pop to rock to soul music to hip hop, it's all, we got to start broadening that definition. What does that mean? How are you showing to that challenge, that cause?
Okay, thanks. So that your response helps me kind of put it as like how they say success is defined by you is relative of what it means to you, and success can be different for anyone in this room. So that
absolutely,
so that
success,
gives me the same,
100%.
So that gives me the same connection and say, okay, well, it comes to Blackness, then I could kind of put that in that category, like define what it means to me versus trying to see what everyone else is saying.
Blackness is a statement of diversity, and so your opinion matters.
Okay.
And it's valuable. Fuck that matter, because that matter shit sounds passive. It's valuable. Look, different background represents different lenses. Different lenses mean that we have more eyes to solve complex problems. If we all think the same, we neutralize our possibilities. We literally flatten the product, flatten the service. So we should celebrate our differences. If we can unite around common cause, but celebrate the differences, it makes us much more powerful. Stop making it like, everybody doesn't have to walk down the same fucking path to do the exact same thing. That's just not even human. That makes you fragile as a group. What makes us stronger is you have a definition, Shakina has a definition, Shabisha has a definition, Fern got a definition, baby. But we all got definitions, right? But that definitions is what enriches the core overall experience. And Blackness is never, the definition is never finished. It's always being redefined. Like if you say, in Egypt, okay, that's cool, dog, but I can't do nothing with that no more. And I can't tell my kids, yo, I ain't got no food for you, but yo, Egypt, right? I got to feed my kids, and I got to get them. I got to brew pride in them that they felt proud to be a part of the culture because of what the culture has to offer. So that's something that we have to constantly sell to the next generation. This is the value. We can't make blackness just attached to oppression. At some point, we have to shift it towards pride in how we're showing up.
Okay, and then my question from last class, when you had made a comment more so like how people put a price on whatever just to make a sale, and I wanted to gain clarity, like how do you actually price your products and services when you first start out in business versus just trying to make a sale to gain experience, to get testimonials, to get proven concept?
Lord Jesus, that's a whole class I'm actually going to teach about pricing.
Okay.
That's not a simple question. That's not a simple answer. I think I'll do you disservice. I will say this, though. You can actually do market comparisons when you first start to kind of help you. And when you first start any business, the market is training you. So if you try to maximize profit and you just started and you're not that good, because most likely you're not that good, in your early stages, just know as you grow, the market helps you develop your skills and your value, right? Later on, there are business price strategies, which I'm going to teach a whole class. Like November, December is going to be like hardcore, like tactical strategies, but I'm laying the foundation so you can wait till I get into this class today, and then you'll see where I'm going with this. So I'm about to roll hard, but okay, can you make it quick? Go ahead. Online. Okay, online, go ahead. I always get a little online. Online people, go ahead.
So as it relates to the point of view from up here,
Yes.
the view from up here, what are some ways to help you not generalize people that you may feel like if you feel someone is beneath the level in which you currently exist, so that you're able to connect and serve those markets to avoid the disconnect that often occurs.
Take all those so-called negative feelings. They say our order was dropped off. Hold on a second. This was a second. That's why, they said there's photos. These foods did not take it to my house. Did you change the location?
I did change the location. It kept kicking back, but it went.
It took it to my house. Black people, this world is beautiful. It took it to my house. Huh? I see if you can reach out, text somebody from my family, see if I can just bring it over. They shut it. I look at this beautiful picture. I'm like, this is my house. Hey man, this is my house. Yeah, this is my house. Okay, DoorDash, a cold game, ain't it? Anyway, here's the thing to get around that, and it's part of the nature and culture of people who consider themselves looking up, or something else is causing problems to them, or impotence. This is part of the impotence culture as well, and this is how it works. Curiosity, really growing that curiosity undertone when you talk to other people. Also, take cues from all your negative feelings. So if you see somebody, you're like, oh, that gets on my nerves. Use an opportunity, and I think Court talked about this when we was in Memphis. Use it as an opportunity to explore the people that get on your nerves. The people you're like, they're so superficial, or oh my God, or what's up with these people here? Stop it. Cut the gossiping out. Gossiping is is blinding you. Let me go take it back. Gossiping is blinding you. So what happens with gossip is you get to a point where, Jesus, okay, there you go. When you start gossiping, what happens is that it starts to neutralize the people who you call so-called beneath you. Also, get rid of the term beneath you. Get rid of the term beneath you. With any human being, get rid of the term beneath you. Start, if you see something that you think, if your brain says, that's beneath me, no. Why did they do that? Why are they there? Start exploring. When I say lead with curiosity, because as you lead with curiosity, you will discover there's a whole different world you didn't know existed. And this whole time you've been operating on your beliefs, not the world around you. And the reason when it comes time to sell a product, no one buys your products because you don't even know those people exist because all you do is see yourself. You see your thought, and then you see the person in front of you. So the more you could turn down these people, that people, the poor folks, the weak, the soft, the whatever phrases you want to say, right? And I gotta say, if you're playing around, you're playing dominoes, me, Cord, and Pastor Chris, we talk smack like nobody else. Poor Chris, just don't say Lakers. Just keep this down for a little while. But let's just say we all talk smack. But even in all our smack talking that we do, when we having conversations, if we see something that we're like, I don't really like this. And then as soon as you see that person, our representative of that kind of culture, hey, can I ask you a question? Why does it happen this way? Why is it this way? And a lot of times you'll find levels of brilliance or systems or rivers. That's the key word, rivers around you. But often you don't see the rivers because you're too busy focused on judging people. Like I told my neighbor, my neighbor says, I have a problem with judging. I said, well, as long as you judge, you'll stay foolish because curiosity is how you grow. And when you're judging, all you're doing is projecting on everybody you see. But when you live in a space of curiosity, you're discovering, God damn, this world's amazing. Also, last point, grow your expectations of the world around you. Many of you guys suffer because of your own expectations. This should be this way. This should go like this. This should have happened like that. And so what you're suffering from is not the world that actually exists. It's the expectations you placed upon the world. You told the world, I was born yesterday and all you motherfuckers got to get ready and do what I say. And when it doesn't, you're like, see, y'all got the game fucked up. I was born yesterday. Why aren't you changed? No, the world is what it is. But the way you learn to accept the variety and the complexity and the beauty of the world, if you lead with curiosity and you ask questions, you'll realize, oh, that's why you're like that? You came from this, you had that experience, and you showing up like this still? Somebody you can actually look down on can actually impress you if you change the way you show up to them. It happens to me all the time where I run across somebody and I'm like, I don't know if I like this kind of cat. And I say, hey, man, why'd you do it that way? And by the end of the conversation, I'm like, damn, dude, you hella fucking amazing. Somebody I would have shrunk to beneath me or something like that. So that phrase is the more you stay curious about people, culture, background, style, flavor, choices, music, everything. Like stop walking into a party trying to echo why you're important because your self-esteem is low, or why you're the most valuable person because your self-esteem is low, or why somebody else is weak because your self-esteem is low. And walk into that party, put your guns down, and just start off with questions. Be the motherfucker, just, hey, what's happening with you? And you'll be surprised how many opportunities you started identifying. You'll learn so much. You'll learn just as much from listening to people than you will from reading books. It's real talk. But too many of us walk in a room and we're too busy trying to prove who we are as opposed to explore who's in the room. All right, I'm about to roll down, Shabisha. Can I roll? Because I'm about to get down. I got my skates on. Okay, skates. You know, that's old school. We good? Huh? Oh, yeah, Yana's on the way? That's my motherfucking dog. Okay, so food's on his way. We got a gangster. Yana, not as gangster as you, though, Fern. I just want to let you know you got a special space in my gangster heart. Anyway, let's keep it rolling. So I'm going to open up this first class on some cognitive distortions. We're going to have some fun here. And this kind of distortion, this is kind of a leftover from last week. So, Shabisha, you ready to get started? Yep. Okay, go ahead.
Polarized thinking. Polarized thinking is when you have an all or nothing or black and white thinking pattern.
So this is part of the binary biases as well. So polarized thinking is when you're all or nothing or black and white thinking pattern. Go ahead.
A person with polarized thinking believes they have to be perfect or they are a complete failure because they see things in terms of either or categories. There is no middle ground that allows for the complexities of realistic thoughts. A person with black and white thinking only thinks in extremes.
So pause real quick. So remember, this is a little simple formula. How you see the outside world is impacting you. How you judge the outside world is impacting you. You don't get to call the outside world shit and don't see yourself as shit. You don't get to be critical about what people need to do better and not be hard on yourself. If you harsh in judging people, you're harsh in judging yourself. This is so important. So you're in a society that's been programming you for a long time to think in extremes, black and white, all or nothing. And yet, just as if when you're looking at the outside world, most of the materials in the middle, the same thing with yourself. And so when you're thinking extremes, you're almost disconnecting from your ability to actually engage and move in reality. So by operating in the space of extremes, what's actually occurring is actually causing you to disconnect from you and things around you. Keep going.
Polarized thinking example. A student who gets an A- on an exam feels like a failure because they are used to getting A+ grades only. They have the mentality, if I am not successful at everything I do, I am a complete failure.
So, and this is also kind of tied to perfectionism. Some people can go so hard in this space that you don't realize that the world is not moving from A. It's not a whole bunch of A's coming together to make something perfect. The world is a whole bunch of C's coming together to make an A experience. My son is going through some mental work. And we were sitting down with a counselor today, and the counselor made a comment, and my son challenged his comment, which his challenge was amazing. And I told my son, your challenge was absolutely correct, but the counselor also was correct. He said, what do you mean? I said, well, the counselor did a whole bunch of C moves, but the outcome was A. And yet, if you would have focused on doing everything right, you've never made it to the outcome. So this is form of extreme thinking, very, 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 very common, is known to also prevent progress because you're so busy trying to do everything right, you actually don't complete anything well. The more you can let stuff go and be a C type of person, you move through this world with a different level of velocity. This strips your velocity down. So this is a critical way. This is a cognitive distortion. And mind you, all cognitive distortions, at some point, we all will have them. They're not a mental health problems. You're not schizophrenic. You're not bipolar. You don't need pills for cognitive distortions. These are things the brain will just automatically do from your subconscious or when you're in autopilot. Go ahead. So that's any comments or any comments on the polarized thinking before we move forward, or any questions on polarized thinking? Go ahead.
So I know that you said that if you're always busy trying to do everything perfectly, you won't get anything decently done. And not last week, but the week before, you were saying that excellence is not scalable because if you're trying to make everything excellent. So in a business, like, I understand I built a lot of traction for my business by focusing on excellence because I was small and it was me and I could sustain a certain level and structure and small number of employees. But then as I'm growing, I'm learning, I'm attempting to learn how to build very good systems so that even if I have not a group of A's working, they can execute the system and still give an A experience. But when, like, I for sure have toxic perfectionism when it comes to my business. I know this and I'm trying to work on it. But my I guess where my gap is coming from is as I'm trying to scale a team and a business because I have to protect my profits so that we can continue to grow, so we can continue to help people. How do you, I don't know, in my head it says turn a blind eye to processes and making sure that, I know efficiency kills creativity, but how do you protect that margin of, I need to get this done, this is the staff that I have, this is the end result that I want, without micromanaging the in-between?
You know what happens when people who have business ask questions, they force me to do classes I want to do later on. Okay, I'm going to give you a fast answer, but a powerful, a really good answer. Everybody pay attention to what I'm about to say. This is a very powerful ass tool. This is one of the craziest tools. Me and Mashama do it naturally, and now I'm pushing it through my business. Learn to stop thinking about issues. In problem solving or decision making, shift from thinking about issues to thinking about choices. Shift from thinking about issues and think about choices. A problem happens, and a lot of times we tunnel on the issue. Your brain needs to, when a problem happens, tunnel on the possible choices. So if a problem happens, what choices do I have now? How do I increase my choices? What choices I'm being faced with now? If I make this decision, what choices will I evolve into? Why is that important? Because when you're managing people, they're naturally imperfect by our definition of perfection. Perfection is subjective based upon you, right? You've seen it in photography. When you're doing photography, what you call a perfect in art, you see what you call something perfect in art. Rihanna, why is it Rihanna? Rihanna, yeah. Raina, when you say to herself, that's not perfect to me, this is perfect to me. So perfection is an individual form of oppression, right? But when you work on growing a team, what you realize is, let's say you say Raina works for you, you say, Raina, let's do it this way. Sometimes your process is too perfect, it's for you. Sometimes to get to that other level, it just may require you to shift choices to get to the same outcome. And so sometimes if you allow the people, and then this is when you discover better systems, more innovative systems, and more robust solutions by playing the choice game over the issue game.
I know that shit sounds so simple, but I literally have goosebumps right now. I swear to fucking God, if y'all not paying attention to that shit, if you are running a business right now and you are not listening to that, you need to timestamp this and play it again, because that was crazy. Thank you.
It's very important. It's everything. So every time I experience a problem in business, I go straight into like, oh, so that happened. So what are my choices now? And I focus on choice management. Choice management is a powerful ass tool, because guess what? You ever saw water run down a hill? It's doing choice management. What we're doing in life is we go issue management, which is issue. Choice management is, oh, well, take this choice. Oh, okay, I take this choice. But one thing it never stop doing is going down the hill. But when you're doing issue focus, you're dragging the velocity down. You're literally dragging your speed, the progress and the speed of your, you're slowing down your maximization, you're reducing the maximization of your performance, or your business performance. You have to be able to say quickly when something happens, it just changed my choices. You don't have issue, you have choices. You have shifts in your choices. That's a whole different way of moving. All right, Pim, let me just pop a collar a little bit for, let me talk to everyone. Just play it. No, this ain't my life. Okay, so no, it's like, it's, you ever see somebody negotiate and you say no to them? They're like, well, what about this? Well, what about this? Well, what about this? What if you had that same conversation inside your head every time you run across an obstacle? Right? This is not working. You've seen like a lot of event planners do it. They're really good at choice management. Something happens. This is not working. Well, okay, let's do it this way. You don't even. Okay, here's the amazing part about being choice focused. You don't even give up emotions. Your brain just jumps to the next choice. It doesn't even stop and be like, what the fuck? Why? Why can't it be? This is really. And then what happens becomes a mental block, which also now steals from other choices and progress in your business. When you're choice managing, every time a problem happens, you're already also pre-calculating B, C, D, E, F, G all the time. You're putting redundancy in your whole business. If this was to happen, I would do this. Remember I was building a foundation for you when I said, learn to stop problem solving and start working on problem prevention. Problem prevention is starting to learn the choice game. And when you learn the choice game, when a problem does occur, you almost don't lose a fucking beat. Like literally, you got 4 or 5. That's why a lot of times when Josh works with me, Josh is issue focused. So Josh will be like, I got a problem here, and then he'll just start building up, he'll start brooding or bottling around a problem, and he starts to build up a complexity around the problem to a point that now when Josh is speaking to me, he starts stating all the complexity around the problem. I'm like, Josh, you're overwhelming me. I don't know what you're talking about. I said, Josh, state the core problem for me. So she says, this is a problem. I bring it to, well, what about this? What about that? What about this? What about that? I don't care. The process is never going to be controlled by me. The process is married to the randomness of the world that we live in, right? Fucking COVID happened. That changed the randomness of what happened. I can sit there and be like, why COVID? Oh my God, what the fuck's happening? Okay, what choices do have happen now? When gentrification, so-called gentrification, which I don't necessarily, I will explain later on why I have a problem with the phrase gentrification, because it doesn't go with the principles of the way the world works. But let's say we say gentrification has happened. I don't say to myself, oh, they shouldn't move in. Oh my God. It's almost like we take a blow and we focus on the fall. Me, it's, if you make contact, I'm going with the blow and I'm already countering my next moves. I'm not going to sit there and like, it shouldn't have happened. Okay, it happened. These are going to happen. What's your next moves? And then if I see I'm thin in my choices, that's my next investment in my business. These are areas I'm thin in my choice game. I only got 2 choices here. That's a problem. I only got 1 choices here. That's fragility. Right? I got to have multiple choices. So when shit go well, the outside experience is, man, now every time I come to your business, this shit is amazing. My employees like, yo, we got that shit done. And I lowered the stress factor on all the employees because we never stopped and like brood on the actual issue. We moved on before the issue even had a chance to grow in our system.
Can that be a snag? Mm-hmm. So someone who is focused on the challenges,
the issue,
the issues. Thank you. The other side is someone who I fixed it.
No,
they just moved to.
No, so like, let's go to black people racism. Black people racism, right? Racism. We're as a black culture and all the shit you see on TV and all the pro-black shit we've been branded, which is that to me feels like a conspiracy. If you want to say if something is really controlling the narrative for us, because our narrative has always been pushed on us. But anyway, and I don't believe in conspiracy, but that just feels weird. But and that means I just don't understand why it's that way. But it's great because somebody else has to own our story and they can't own our story. That could possibly be it. But when something happens to society, I don't sit around and go, oh my God, cops just killed somebody. Oh my God, I don't want to let my kids go out there. Okay, what choices do I have? What choices have been impacted? What choices can I make? Because one thing I'm going to keep doing is I'm going forward. I'm not staying here. Where some of us are stuck and snagged on issues. Some of us saying, I'm never doing that again, or this is why I don't go down this path. But if you're in choice management, you would even go back and reflect on something that went wrong and go, what could I have done differently? What choices do I not see? What's in my methodology? But when you play the choice game, it's no longer personal. It's just issues. They just problems will happen because that's a guarantee in life. Anytime you do anything, especially the more you scale, the more problems you will face. But the less effective you are is when the issue is the focus, not the choices.
Because fixing it is still thinking in the same place. It's not rethinking.
Yeah,
so if I'm focused on fixing, I'm still in the same feedback loop.
Yeah, I'm not staying there. I'm not staying there. It's like I'm trying to build a bigger goal, and this is just one of the moves. When she's managing a group of people, she's built systems to how to get from point A to Z. So now she's looking at do this, do this, do this, do this. Somebody may be like, well, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to come over here, and I'm going to come back do here. And then you realize, actually, that's pretty brilliant. I didn't think about that. That's a dope-ass choice system, right? But if she's focused on processing, being controlled because she's locked on the issue and this is the process to solve the problem, she's too rigid for engagement by other people because human beings don't move. You know, I read an article that says you can tell a lot about a person based upon what part of their body they wash first. You can tell a lot about a person by what part of your body you wash first in the bathroom, right? That means we all get the same job done. We all clean, but some may start at the face, some might start at chest, some might start with, I don't know, shit, I ain't gonna get too further, but you know what I'm saying? Right? We all can start at different points, right? But that all reflects just differences, but we still achieve the same goal. But if you allow somebody who's in a polarized thinking space or perfectionism space, they're trying to make you do exactly the same way they do it because they have trauma around the problem not being done correctly. Not realizing that diversity are going to give you diverse ways of seeing a solution. Like diverse ways of approaching something is going to give you new ideas. Ideas are never thought of, oh, here's a problem. Let me think about it. Here's a solution. A lot of times, here's a problem. Oh, shit, I broke something. I think I found a solution. Yeah. So by having different variations, Some are going to work, some are not going to work, but this is where the growth of the company comes from. Do you understand the complexities of systems don't come from one man or one small team? Right? It's a different form of thinking. So we can move away from issue focus to choice focus. When I'm serving a client, I'm not here to fix your issue because I don't own the issue. I can't. But I am here to increase your choices. Different way of thinking. Next slide.
It is important to recognize that all cognitive distortions are 1, habitual patterns of thinking or beliefs, 2, false, inaccurate, and often exaggerated thoughts, 3, manifest itself as negative emotions or feelings, 4, may increase anxiety and depression, potentially causing psychological damage.
Let's go to number 1. 1 is habitual, you're going to have to read from it, habitual patterns of thinking or beliefs. Meaning that a lot of your kind of distortions are built into your habits. A lot of your habits you have, sometimes it's hard for us to disconnect from our habits because we personalize habits. Habits are me. A lot of your habits that you have every day are built upon cognitive distortions. Number 2?
False, inaccurate, and often exaggerated thoughts.
So imagine that cognitive distortions are these thoughts that you have that are not always running, but often in the midst of crisis or challenges or discomfort or excitement, they will run and push these false exaggerations. Number 3?
Manifest itself as negative emotions or feelings.
So here we go. This is something you'll be able to see. Okay, if you're in this space where you're constantly experiencing negative feelings, either from you or people around you, you're suffering from so many cognitive distortions, it's ridiculous. When you start to grow out of your cognitive distortions, your emotions come under control. Let me say this again. When you start to grow outside of your cognitive distortions, your emotions start to come under control. And then you start to see how bad it is amongst many. Like when you're part of it, it seems subtle. But when you grow, you go, holy shit. We're in a cognitive distortion epidemic. Now, mind you, you're not going to escape them all. But a lot of times when you get upset about something, you're frustrated, you're feeling some kind of way. I'm feeling some kind of way. A lot of times it's a distortion. It's not the reality in front of you. And last, go ahead.
May increase anxiety and depression, potentially causing psychological damage.
So remember I told you guys social justice is full of cognitive distortions? And those poor babies who run around mad, angry, frustrated with the world, racism, it's not the outside world. It's the mental distortions they're suffering from. Most people who run around angry, frustrated, most activists are full of cognitive distortions. And as we continue to go through them, you'll be able to put, oh yeah, they are. Even the black and white and polarized thinking extremes. If this happens, this could be genocidal to black people. Wait a minute, really? I don't know about that. The world's kind of complex. There's so many variations. Things change overnight. There's no perfect plan. No, I'm telling you, that's how it could be. Cops out here killing everybody. It's 175 out of 350 out of 40 million. That's not everybody. Cancer whooped our ass last year. Heart disease whooped our ass. Diabetes whooped our ass. But yet we're responding to it like it's everybody. You guys gonna go with this? It's like you start to see these behavior patterns. But here's the sad part. A lot of times those babies are suffering. They're suffering from levels of depression. So I don't know if, like, for example, y'all remember when Puffy was, vote or die, and he was doing all these black events, and he was hella emotional. If you saw him, he's like, yeah, he's up the front slamming the stage, like, say it again. And he comes out, oh yeah, I was in a deep depression. Deep depression. I'm not saying we don't have work to do, because we got a lot of work to do. I'm not saying that we're not that we're in a great position, because we're not. We got things to build. But often the people who are the strongest about it are dealing with anxiety and depression and potentially causing psychological damage. I know y'all don't see it right now because most of y'all are too fucking young to see it. I've been conscious for 32 years. God damn. About to be 33 years I've been conscious. I've seen this pattern play itself so cold, and everybody that's within this pattern will swear up and down that it's the outside world, not them. And this is why it's so important to gain that clarity, because many of you guys have such an ugly world that you see on the inside. It makes the outside world look so ugly, which means that you're walking around every day suffering. And if you just changed your distortions, your beliefs, your expectations, build tools for your biases, you'll be surprised how all of a sudden the world looks like it's beautiful as fuck. And this is somebody who used to be on the other side. So I'm not talking from just sitting on some glass tower looking down going, oh, they need to, right? This is somebody who's on the other side and realized at some point, I didn't like the way I was feeling on the inside. Think about this. You'll say, watch this. I'll give you one more and then we go next one. Oh my God, I wish black people would. Okay, that's a perfect idea in your head, but they don't do it. They don't change. So guess who lives with the pain? You do, because it wasn't never meant to happen. If you just saw it for what it is, you can process it, but in your mind, you're always fixing everything in your head that never changes in the real world. And guess who suffers and feel like the world's getting dirty? You do. The world's not getting worse. It's the way you're showing up to the world is getting worse, when actually the numbers say the world's getting better. Let's go to the next slide.
Cultural factors. Language, religion, customs, beliefs, and moral values all have influence on our behavior in both positive and negative ways.
Keep going.
Is learned and passed on through generations. Influences the way we dress, behave, communicate, and how you handle emotions. Creates a competitive versus cooperative mindset, and impacts your willingness to speak about a mental illness or seek help.
So that almost self-explanatory, right? That y'all understand that culture has positive and negative, but it also shapes your relationship to mental health. If we had just as many people understanding the importance of developing the mind as they do with their body, we'd be a different people. Just that simple. Go to the next slide.
Environmental factors. Genetics, financial wealth, education level, and living conditions can influence your sense of security, resilience, persistence, and attitude. Accessibility to healthcare and other health services offer more opportunity for increased longevity and decreased stress.
So, mind you, in this cultural argument, environmental and culture is where you get most of your kind of distortions from. Environment and culture. So you get it from those cultural elements. Some of those come through. There's an argument that some of it could be genetic. Financial wealth, educational level, living conditions. All these environmental things. Kind of distortions are not brewed by flaws of who you are. You're not flawed. You're not flawed. Remember I said stop thinking through popular thinking? Because a lot of popular thinking has distortions built into them. And so when you're processing the world through popular form of thought, you're actually processing the same emotional suppression or depression. You have to learn to think for yourself, because a lot of these bad behaviors are passed down to these pipelines. Keep going.
Social factors. Stigma from peers and the media influences
Oh my God!
our
Stigma from peers. So, like we were talking about social justice. Stigma from peers and media influences. Go ahead.
Influences our ideas, beliefs, the way we think, and how we perceive ourselves or others.
Go ahead.
Parental guidance contributes to your overall behavior and attitude. Negative social relationships can lead to an us versus them mentality. Mm-hmm. Positive relationships can promote healthy communication and emotional well-being. And your active participation in social activities can contribute to mental wellness.
So by the way, that last one is very powerful. A lot of us, if you're struggling with cognitive distortions or relationships or people, anxiety, depression, one of the best ways to kind of really attack that is join something. It improves the quality of the people that you engage in, and it also improves the quality of your life. If you don't join anything, then more than likely your legacy beliefs will dominate your form of thinking. By the way, the pizzas have arrived, so if you guys want to get up and grab pizzas and grab you a slice, because I know we riding, so I want to make sure everybody got some food, because if your brain runs low on resources, you won't hear nothing I have to say. And Shabisha, you know what to do. Thank you, Shabisha. So that last one's very, very strong. So the last one goes along with the one above it, which is positive relationships can promote healthy communication and emotional well-being. A lot of times our friends unconscious to ourselves can reflect our state of mind. But in order to make those upgrades on our surrounding friends, when you join something or participate in social activities, it's almost a hack to improve the quality of your friends. So if you say all my friends around me are hood and all I know and all the people I have, well, it's probably because you don't do anything. You just go to work, come home. Go to work, come home. Join something that will allow you to be exposed to different ways of thinking, different people, and it would help you pull yourself out of this funk or these distortions. Next one.
All these factors contribute to how we are brought up and affect our thoughts, behaviors, and emotion towards events in our lives. Our minds are on autopilot when we experience those cognitive distortions. We don't realize it's happening, and that is what makes it so difficult to recognize that the thoughts are inaccurate and illogical.
So this is the most important part. As you learn the cognitive distortions, stop acting like you have rational access to your cognitive distortions. It's not rational. It's these hidden thoughts that happen in your head, and this is where you need the people who stand next to you. This is a need here. If you don't have the people that sit next to you, like the people in this classroom and the people online that's also part of this group and other entrepreneurs or other people, kind of distortions will run amok on you and you will not even see them happening. You will see them happening in hindsight after the damage is done. You need to be able to share. Okay, so here's another hack. If you're a business owner and you're a single business owner, identify 2 to 3 people you can always run ideas across. To not be a single business owner, not talking to other business owners or other entrepreneurs. If you do that, cognitive distortions will guarantee your failure. I promise you, cognitive distortions are so strong. And if you mix cognitive distortions with your ego, it's like kryptonite to your brain. So just know that it is not something you're going to rationally be like, oh, there I go again. Man, there's no kind of. Sometimes you'll catch it, but a lot of times you won't. Other trick on it too is learn to think broader and learn multiple disciplines of thought. And what that allows you to do is become multiple people when you're talking to yourself. You could change your angle on how you see yourself. The more you learn different ways of thinking about the world, the way you could change the way you see yourself, which helps you catch a lot more of your kind of distortions. If you have a very rigid way of seeing the world, I am this person, you think within a label, it makes you even more blind to seeing yourself. Trust me, that formula I just gave you about if you're a single entrepreneur, identify 3 people that you can call and say, hey, let me just run this idea by you. You're not running an idea by them for them to give you an answer. It's so they can help you with your biases and your mental distortions. Because quite often you know what to do, but your biases and your distortions stop you from being effective. Next one.
How negative thoughts influence emotions. We tend to conclude that the feelings and emotions that occur are due to an event or something that happened.
Mm-hmm.
We focus solely on the fact that this happened to me and it made me feel this way. However, we forget we don't jump from an event in our life to an emotion or feeling.
Mm-hmm.
There is something in between that has just as much influence or even more on how we feel about that event.
Mm-hmm.
That is the role of thoughts and internal dialogue. We tend to skip over our thoughts because most of us are on autopilot and our thoughts are fleeting.
You got me fucked up. You forget that there's a thought that happens or there's a belief that happens before the moment happens or there's an expectation that happens before the moment happens that is so distorted that when something happens, you give it too much energy. Too much energy. Y'all know people, black folks, Latino folks, We suffer from that the hardest. And the Filipino folks, they with us. We suffer from that shit the hardest. Our emotions and our angers and our frustration is because the distortion in our thoughts are amplifying our emotions, and we're burning so much of our energy on shit that doesn't matter. Shit doesn't matter. You over there arguing like, he heard me wrong until he heard me right. I got to prove my point. Who gives a fuck about this point? Are you fucking serious? Like I tell people all the time, oh, are we fucking? No, we're not fucking. Okay. Do I have access to your bank account? No? Okay. Did I sleep in your bed last night? No. Then what the fuck you talking to me about this shit for? I don't give a shit. It's nothing here. But some of y'all be making like the distortions, be adding so many layers of stuff, and you all fucked up and all emotional. I couldn't sleep last night because what you said to me had me all fucked up. I couldn't get my business taken care of. And you realize that's a distortion. It ain't shit there. This is so fucking real. I'm going to keep going because I got a lot to cover. Keep going.
Our thought patterns have a significant influence on the emotions and feelings due to an event that occurred.
So, last time some shit like this happened, what really happened, and what I'm really from you, like you don't even explore that moment. Something happened when you was 9, 8, 7, 10, 11. So we was in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and this dude said, man, I really can't show up to this space because when I was 10, I told myself that I'm just not that kind of person. So when that level of challenge is in front of me, I don't think I can really show up to that. I said, oh shit, so dude, if I hired a 10-year-old consultant to come in this room and like help you lead your business, would you hire him? He goes, no. I said, then why are you talking to yours? The fuck a 10-year-old gonna tell you what to do? Right? But it's a kind of distortion. So it's distortion of, I felt this from this person when they was 10. That's why now people like you got me fucked up. No, it's your distortion got you fucked up. And you're clipping relationships, and now you sit at home with your lonely ass. And there was nothing wrong with the people around you because guess what? People are not born to fall within your definition. People are complex. Like, were you there when that young girl was molested by her uncle? Now you meet them when they're 17, you try to tell them how to act? Who the fuck made you God? You guys can go with this, like, the complexity of life is like, we don't get to be 100% curated. I can understand when you're in your own house, you curate who's in the house with you. I get that. But when you go into the real world, you start working with people, you got to learn to work with variations and see the value that they have to offer. Go ahead. Next part.
The negative thoughts or cognitive distortions that intrude our mind are causing feelings and emotions such as being anxious or worrying.
There you go. Keep going.
Now that we understand our thoughts can dictate our mood, we can change our mood by first changing our thoughts.
Simple.
By managing our thoughts in a positive way, we can recognize negative thinking and move toward automatically influencing how we feel and improve our mental well-being.
Your mental well-being. It ain't about you being nicer to the world. See, this is one of the arguments I used to have with religions, which religions made you focus on doing something external to get a ticket to go to heaven. What about doing something good external because it's for you? When can you realize that being moral is a selfish act? Telling the truth is a selfish act. Walking a path of being empathic is a selfish act because it's healing your well-being. Stop focusing on what you're doing for others and realize that the way you show up to the world is directly impacting you. Keep going. Another cognitive distortion. This is one I love. Fortune telling. Now, this is that gossip shit. Keep going. Let's go. It's another cognitive distortion.
Fortune telling. Fortune telling is similar to mind reading in that it is purely based on your assumptions. This distortion is when you make conclusions and predictions based on little or no evidence. The prediction is...
Stop. If you took this out, I want to hear how many of us would talk. I bet your houses would be quiet as a motherfucker. Man, y'all be drinking tea and burning sage and listen to ching, ching, because it wouldn't be nothing to talk about no more. Some of us live a whole life of just fortune telling. You know what? Let me tell you what I think they was trying to say. What they were doing over here, and let me tell you what the white people be doing. Let me tell you what she was saying to me. Let me tell you what's going on over here. I'm watching this shit over here. I'm telling you what I know. I'll tell you what I know. I ain't tell you what I see, but I'll tell you what I know. Go ahead, finish it.
The prediction is generally arbitrary and has a negative outcome.
Yes, keep going.
Fortune telling example. You have a date with a wonderful person, but you predict that the date will go bad. You start making assumptions about how the date will go before it even has occurred. The predictions are not based on any actual evidence.
So you do this with people all the time. You know, people say, "Oh man, some people call it pessimistic." But fortune telling is when you're trying to predict people's move and you ain't got no evidence that that's how it's going to go. Matter of fact, and this is how you get around fortune telling real quick. Let's say your brain says, "Oh, I think this is what it is." Always tell yourself, but it could also be this. Start challenging your fortune telling. Don't stop. This is where gossip gets started. You fortune tell, you call Shabisha, you start sharing you share what happened or what you think happened. Then you start giving your interpretation. Then Shabisha like, yeah, I know that girl wasn't shit. That's why when she did this last week, and now she fortune telling, and now y'all in a fortune telling loop and you lost. Now next time you see her, you feeling some kind of way when actually she didn't do shit. And then you really feel bad. Well, first of all, when you start doing it too often, now you ever seen those situations when they have a group of women, and they all surround, oh, hey, this is my girlfriend. And so she goes to the bathroom, she ain't shit, and then she comes back, and then she's back to being a friend again, right? But no one's really inquiring and asking questions. No one's leading with curiosity. Everybody's leading with fortune telling.
Can I ask a question? Evidence.
You said what?
Evidence.
Mm-hmm.
Because going back to the example of the man who lost the money because he talked to someone who said, oh, yeah, I'm invested. He talked to his sister, said, I'm invested.
Mm-hmm.
She hasn't had a problem, so they went with that.
Mm-hmm.
So I understand we pulled apart all the reasons where he fell off the wagon. However, in some cases, that's considered evidence. So when we say evidence, I know it's not the way that we would define it, but it is received and accepted as evidence. So how would you, what's a
Define
better
evidence?
way to consider evidence?
What is that? Like, so for example, you see this all the time, and a good reporter says, what do I really know? If I don't really know it, I shouldn't report it as that's what happened, right? Number two, if it's just based on hearsay, is there patterns to support? Is it not only evidence, or like you can actually point to some examples, but also is there patterns that reinforce the examples that I'm able to view, right? So evidence is an investigation. It still falls within the category that when you're around people, if you're walking in a space of curiosity, which means you're exploring people. You're no longer trying to mind read and say, this is why you doing this is why you doing this is what's wrong with you. You turn that shit down. You start saying, okay, what evidence do I have? If you don't have evidence, you learn to reserve and hold back all emotions. Hold back and reserve all emotions. If you take off your emotions too fast, you automatically did fortune telling because it happens so quick in your brain. If you feel something about somebody, just hold it back. You see the way they dressed, how they showing, how they walking and talking, just hold everything the fuck back. And until you get all the details, there are no emotions permitted. You guys get that? You cool with that? All right. Jumping to conclusions. Woo! I like this shit. Go ahead.
Jumping to conclusions. There are two types for this distortion. Both consist of jumping to conclusions and making assumptions that are not based on any actual evidence.
Here we go.
Mind reading.
This is the one. Hey, this one right here, I see this one so often. I'm going to show you a way that it shows up even worse than you can imagine. Go ahead.
This distortion occurs when you think you know what the other person is thinking. You assume what other people's reasons or intentions are and take that interpretation as the only valid reasoning. This is done purely out of assumptions and generally with little or no physical evidence. In reality, there could be many possibilities, but you won't acknowledge them.
So this happened, and then this happened, and then this happened, so you know what that means, right? That means what they really mean is this. Or let me show you a deeper version of this. Mind reading works this way. Let's say I walk up to Fern and Fern is giving me attitude, right? Well, I don't want to accept my responsibility in her attitude. So what I'm going to do is when she's acting kind of funky, I'm going to start mind reading her behavior. And then I'm going to Shabisha like, Shabisha, why Fern always act like shit towards me? It's the way I show up to her. I will never sit down and go, what is it about our chemistry? What am I doing that creates this experience? And which gives you a chance to see your biases. But we won't do that. We'll automatically jump into mind reading and go, see, Fern, she hella shady like that. And Fern probably hate on me because I'm wearing this polo shirt and hers don't got a polo. And that's kind of shit she do. I'm not lying. If you pay attention, just start listening for mind reading in your culture, and you'll start realizing everybody's walking around in mind reading. People are too scared to go ask. So scared of, especially in this world where we're scared of confrontation. You know, these new fragile people where you blow on, they scream, ah! They walk around, everybody has poodles, right? Them motherfuckers go straight to mind reading and will not do neighbors across the street just mind reading their ass off. See, he got that new car. See, he probably got that shit on credit. That's what the fuck he is. That's why he ain't took care of his baby kids. You seen the kids out there ain't no shoes on. That shit's just ridiculous. It could be all kind of other reasons. What your mind reading as. And guess what? The world's becoming ugly because of reading, because all you're doing is projecting to the world what you want to see. Go ahead and read the example.
Mind reading example. When you are spending time with a friend, but they seem distracted or uninterested, you automatically jump to the conclusion that it has something to do with you. There could be many reasons unrelated to you why they are feeling that way.
So mind reading is a very, very passive way of engaging other human beings. And especially if you mix perfectionism with mind reading, you will find yourself hating people. Go ahead.
It reminded me of one of the books about when he was trying to cure diseases over in Africa, and they were trying to get blood from the villagers, and they were trying to kill him. And so they were trying to kill him because he thought it was some kind of weird witchcraft or something going on, because in their mind they see a white dude with a needle, he trying to kill him. So mind reading could kill you because it wasn't until one of the women was like, yo, do you remember that disease we had that got cured? It comes from giving blood. So shut the fuck up and stick your arm out and give him blood so we can figure out how to cure this disease. And that's what they did. But if she didn't do that, they would have died.
COVID vaccine was mind reading. I know, okay, now y'all say, oh, no. In the 1950s, the American culture didn't really talk about organic food or anti-vaccination or the government trying to poison kill us, right? But what happened was the first time they released DDT into the air, when it landed, the scientists like, yo, well, when the DDT landed to kill out the mosquitoes, the eggs got thinner, and people started saying, oh, the government's trying to kill people. And that's where the organic food and all these things came about, like organic and this is better and this is healthy. Like pseudoscience doctors were born. Then, of course, black people, we have moments. So even with Tuskegee, think about Tuskegee. So let's say it was 50 people doing Tuskegee. Let's say 100 people participated in Tuskegee. What was the other millions of people doing? What were all the other thousands of doctors doing? Right? But what happened is the culture in American culture, it became very distrusting, and this big gap started to happen in American culture where we start saying, oh, this is poisonous, and if you look at the science, it's not true. And the amount of stuff you would have to have ingest for it to have impact upon you is just ridiculous amounts, right? Like poisonous apples. I think there was an article that came out in this paper 10 years ago that the most toxic thing you can eat is a non-organic apple, right? That's pseudoscience. It's not true. Nowhere near true. So when the mask came about, people were like, yeah, I don't trust white people because in Tuskegee, that's what they meant. Historically, when this happened, what they was trying to do, you really don't know what that is. You really don't know what that is. And until you really know the causation, and I think he said it in the podcast, most people don't take time to really look at the origins of anything that happens. We just take the tail end. This is mental. This is mind reading. What he was talking about. We take the tail end of an idea and then we run with that. right? Not realizing that if you don't know the origin, all you're doing is projecting and mind reading. That's just crazy. That's why it's important to learn the origin. That's why we learn proper history. And like you told the story about how shampoo was created by Chumpy, right? And what he's trying to highlight in that story is that once you understand the origin, you understand how the money was moved, how the original banks was created by the opium trade and Hong Kong and how Hong Kong was developed. Then you start saying, oh, this is why this over here. But if you take a myopia, which is a modern day interpretation of something that's been an old system, you can mind read and twist that story to the point that you've created something that doesn't even exist. And then if it takes off on a larger cultural scale, goes back to court point, it can actually kill you. Go ahead.
Mental models. A mental model is an explanation of someone's thought process.
So pause real quick because we're about to roll hard. So I want to make sure we're about to jump into a mental model. So we're done with the distortions now. Let's shift gears. Shake your head for a second. Is there any questions on the distortions real quick before we jump in this? Go ahead and pass it back real quick. Tish.
So my question is, when you meet someone or when you encounter someone, say you go on a date with somebody, right? And you hear someone and they say all these things, you see, and they're great, they're doing this and that, but actions aren't really matching what's being said. And same thing in business, right? Like I can do this and this. So I guess is my distortion based on what they're saying? So in that case, I would just observe how they move, and that's how I would create my own bias.
Yeah, people tell you the truth after a while. It's hard to keep a beautiful long. It's hard to unravel lies. You can tell a quick lie. I'm doing big things, but if you keep talking about that big thing after a while, it's gonna start shrinking, right? It's gonna come down to that. I'm actually flipping burgers at McDonald's, right? But you gotta also understand that dating is incentivized, which is stuff we're gonna get into later on. And when human beings are incentivized, I can incentivize you to kill your own child. Incentive is one of the most powerful tools in human existence. And so if I'm on a date and I'm trying to sleep with you and I'm a young man and my chemicals in my body says that I'm here to procreate. And so everything in my body is saying, get sex now and talk about it later. I'm going to like extend and kind of exaggerate a little bit because I'm trying to get in there. Now, a real veteran is cold-blooded. A real veteran actually gives you harsh truth and it works better, which is crazy. It's craziest shit ever. That's the biggest, like no one tells veterans, but if you really want to have more freedom in dating, go hardcore truth and you'll be surprised. People love imperfection. But anyway, and when you meet people who's trying to do business, the black community is in a crisis right now. And running your own business is a way to increase your status. You got to know that. And people like this young lady told me the other day, it's like, yeah, I know this dude, he's running his own printing shop. This sister, she's Asian and black. And she's like, I want to do this for him and give him this opportunity. And I said, excuse me, have you ever been to his business? Have you ever seen him? But no, but I heard him and have you seen his numbers? If you haven't seen his numbers, you haven't been in his business, haven't seen his processes, you don't get to say, I don't fuck with black businesses when he fails you, because you fail in your examination or your investigation in what he does. Right? And so at the end of the day, once you understand how human beings work and how to incentivize will make you go against all your values and all your morals. And when I say things you cannot imagine, things you cannot imagine yourself doing. So we're going to talk about the power of how to create incentives and how to drive incentives a little bit later and how to look at your incentives in your business, because it also shapes how your employees show up and the level of their effort and the quality of their output. But if you don't understand incentive games, incentives, like I said, can encourage anybody to kill their own child. That's how powerful it is. Anything else on? Okay, go ahead.
I had two questions.
Shoot them fast. Fire fast.
Okay, first one is how do we own who we are as black people now without owning what we've been through? I don't know if I'm saying that correctly, but it's like I'm hearing you and it's like, okay, so not do we ignore what we've been through, but like how do we find No,
it's all of that. It's what we've been through, but where we need to go. Because at the end of the day, what we've been through is not a currency for where we need to go.
Also, I'm being stuck on the problem versus the choice. Is that
Well,
what
yeah,
I'm
because at the end of the day, like, it's for black folks, right? We can't just be the past. The past is always leaving. The past is no currency for how we're going to move forward in the future. We got the evolution and the definition of black people will never stop, and it will always evolve. And here's a better way to do it. The book called Sapiens. Sapiens.
How you spell that?
Sapiens. A great audio book. If you want to see how much a single race can disappear that fucking fast, how there's many races that have died that you'll never know existed. There's middle versions of the Homo sapiens or different versions of the sapiens that existed that you will never see, and that if you the game of the name of this game is survival, and so if you're too stuck in the past, it's almost like a basketball player who focuses on why they missed their last shot. If they focus on that the rest of the game, they're going to lose the game they're playing. At the end of the day, you got one goal: win this motherfucking game. So it'd be like, yeah, man, I was treated unfair. The referee called that play wrong. And if you're stuck in that conversation right there, you're going to miss the next few shots. So the name of this game, as black folks, is survival. And survival is not just you doing the right thing. This is not church. You're in a game of competition and randomness and uncertainty. That means every day you're going to have to build to survive. Not because some other race is coming for you, it's because the universe is not kind to those who are not moving forward. That's how it works. That's it. Once you learn the rules of humans, like okay, humans are animals. We have rules that override us. So all your beliefs and your ideas, you're still trapped in the rules of being an animal, a human animal. And once you understand those rules of how we function as animals, then if you decide to say, fuck those rules have ways to respond to you. All right.
And then the last question was, how can this relate back to like my relationships with people who I've had experiences with, and I've come to the conclusion that I don't like them because of how they act or how they treat people or what they do. That's just not the energy that
Exploring them doesn't mean you have to sleep with them. Exploring somebody doesn't mean you have to sleep with them. Exploring people mean I just want to be curious about where they came from. Doesn't mean you have to be with them. I don't like everybody, right?
Okay.
I'm not. What kind of weird shit is that? I'm like, ooh, everything that comes from where? No, what? But I understand people, so I can have empathy. It's about the empathy game, right? Because if I'm out here trying to help people, I can't be like, I fuck with you, but I don't fuck with you. I fuck with you, but I don't fuck with you. That don't work. It's more or less like, how do you see people? And then when I say see people, not that I hate that social justice because it's so fucking passive and soft. But seeing people is that, look, the person you don't like, for example, I got a partner right now. This motherfucker ain't shit. He ain't shit to the highest ain't shit. This motherfucker should just wear a badge called I ain't shit. But if some shit go down, that's the dude you want to be riding with. My partner over here is hella philosophical. If some shit go down, kick him down the stairs, let him fall. Or knock him out first. Because he going to cause your problems worrying about him. Right? Everybody has different value at different time. I heard Raina was talking to me at the house, and toxic masculinity. I said, that's the same motherfuckers we call Marines. And if some motherfucker fire a shot at this country, I need toxic masculinity on the front line, start shooting, baby. Right? So like it's a place, it's a time and place for everything. I'm not saying depends on what area you're in, different personalities have different values, right? Those values shift. But to learn to just see people as you grow, you don't understand the journey you're about to take. And so don't play this purification of people. Learn to see the variations because you know who to tap, where to go when it's time when you have that need. So staying curious. I know I'm hella pro-black. I mean, I'm blacker than black can be. But I understand that playing defense is different than playing offense. Some of us are in defensive mode and we're trying to approach everything to the lenses of defense. But when you play offense, you can't spend time just blocking your own team shots. And you're on offense. At some point, you got to learn how to shoot. If you can't shoot, your ability to block ain't got shit to do with your ability to shoot. And there are two different mindsets. So don't think that you can just take this mindset and just change the way you're pointing the gun. No, you got to get a different gun, different way of thinking about aiming. In some cases, don't even shoot at all. So it's just different game, a different approach to the same game. Many of us have been raised defensive. We've never been raised in how to play offense. Now, this definition, get this definition, otherwise you're going to be lost for the rest of this goddamn next 5 months. This definition is at the heart of what the fuck we doing right here. Go ahead. Try again. Mental models. I love Shabisha. Shabisha be riding. It's like she's reading, but she's like, yeah, that was tight as fuck. Shabisha, I need you to read. Oh, yeah, but that was still tight as fuck, though, Nana. I love black people. I don't give a fuck what y'all say. I love our variations. I love us to death. Go ahead.
Mental models. A mental model is an explanation of someone's thought process about how something works in the real world.
The key word is the real world. Say this again. It's someone's thought process about how something works in the real world. Many of us are flooded with thoughts of how things work in our head. Mental models is disconnecting you from your feelings of how the world should be, what's going on, to how shit works in the real world. Doesn't give a fuck about your generation or whether you're Generation X, Z, A, B, C, millennial, whatever the fuck else they call you. Why are you still here? Baby boomers, what the fuck they call you? These thoughts, these principles don't really change. Now they may shift, but these are the core principles of how the real world always works. This is critical. Keep going.
It is a representation of the surrounding world, the relationships between its various parts, and a person.
Its various parts. It's relationships between its various parts. Mental models helps you understand the relationships between its various parts. The world has so many variations, but there's these complex relationships. You cannot read them just looking through the lens of your own cultural beliefs, your own religious beliefs. You have to get to the point that you learn these models. You know, okay, so let me say something real quick before we keep going. When I was, God damn it, maybe 15, I was raised hardcore Church of God in Christ. And I remember I used to try to play whack-a-mole with learning different things in the Bible. It was just so many things. Because I also realized that this ain't the language we talk in East Oakland. Thou shalt not. It's put my shit down. So it's a different language, right? And I realized I can't focus on all those small details. I don't think I have the brain capacity to learn, do this, but don't do that, but don't do this, but don't do that. And the first thing I said to myself, there has to be core principles that all of these rules are based upon. What is the nuclear principles? And then I found the book of Proverbs. And I started saying, oh, this is it. If you understand this book here, the rest of this shit, all these complexities start to make some sense. But if you try to understand the complexities, you lose it gets kind of like muddy. Mental models is that. You're not going to be able to see everything that's going to come your way and know everything that's out there. But mental models is a tool to help you process the world you're about to experience. You guys get this? You with me? Keep going. Just go back to the comma or whatever and keep going.
Go back to
the relationship between its various parts. It is a representation.
Thank you.
Okay.
It is a representation of the surrounding world, the relationships between its various parts, and a person's intuitive perception about their own acts and their consequences.
The perception about their own acts. Black people, I promise you, this is so powerful because if you don't understand about what your acts mean and the consequences of your acts, it's easy to blame others for the consequences. Let me say this again. If you're not conscious of what happens when you make certain acts, it's so easy to blame others for the consequences. This is mental model shit. So it says, again, it is various parts and its personal intuitive perception and their own acts and their consequences. Keep going.
Mental models can help shape behavior and set an approach to solving problems, similar to a personal algorithm and doing tasks.
So by learning mental models, you're learning how to prevent problems and solve problems. Keep going.
A mental model is a kind of internal symbol or representation of external reality, hypothesized to play a major role in cognition, reasoning, and decision making.
So that's the. So, any questions about mental models before we go forward? It's a lens. It's the way we should develop a mental group of abstract ways of thinking to move through the real world, where many of us have forms of thinking that is dictated by our culture, our historical trauma. This is slavery, Jim Crowism, the crack era. These things have dictated how we think about the world, which has removed us. Remember I said when Booker T. Washington said when slavery ended, the slaves were celebrating that morning. And that evening they became depressed because they didn't know what freedom was. Mental models is a language of freedom. This is again, mental models are the language of freedom. And there's no reason for you to learn mental models if your whole job has been defending yourself from oppression. But once you decide you want to build something and scale something, you need these models. And mental models mean you'll be able to scale not only business, but scale community programs, scale church programs, scale school programs, political programs, governmental programs, your staff at your job. These scale principles apply to any form of reality engagement. You guys get that? Lily, can you just pause it for a second? Huh? Oh, mental models?
Example of not doing. An example of not doing the mental models, and then an example of like shifting to.
So mental models is if you don't have mental models, what you're actually more likely going to be doing is saying somebody said, if you want to do something in life, this is how you got to do it, and you'll follow that, and you'll spend the next 10 years following these rules in a rigid way, but produce nothing and actually be disappointed in the end. Where a mental model is, if you want, it's like where do you put your efforts and your energy to actually get things done, which is where we're about to go in a second. So just hang with me for a second because I'm going to really dive into that answer. By the end of this session, you'll really get where I'm going with this. We're going to turn up the heat because we got a whole bunch of slides we're going to go through, and then I'm going to open up to but we want to turn up the heat. All right, this may seem somewhat complex to you, but I promise you, this is another trick, another secret that you just don't know exists. And when I get through this next minute, we're only doing one mental model today, but this next mental model is a fucking heavyweight. It's going to seem very simple when I say it, but as I get into it, you're going to see how many distortions it's impacted your personal life. It impacts everything around you. And it's another blinder towards moving towards building, scaling our own freedom. So let's go to just one more definition. Maybe we're going to jump into this. We're going to ride fast. Model. Somebody says, what is your model for A, B, or C? And this is the definition we're working with. Go ahead, Shabisha.
Model definition: a system or thing used as an example to follow or imitate.
So, you know how when you have a job and somebody says to you, you go, hey, how do you become an entrepreneur? And they say, let me show you how to be an entrepreneur. Model. How do you raise your child? Model. Anytime you say, how do you do something that you've never done before, you've never done before, and I tell you what to do, I just gave you a model, right? How you go around getting things done, you're developing models. When you look at other businesses, or you go to a seminar, you're studying other people's models, right? When you read a book by somebody and say, hey, this is how we solve a problem, you're reading somebody's models. In the educational system, they say, how have we educated kids before? These models. If you listen at Martin Luther King and civil rights and how did he deal with racism, a model. You look at the Black Panthers, a model. These are all the models. So you got to think about all the models that are downloaded. You want to play basketball, here's the model of how you get from here to the professional league. These are models. So from the day you decide you want to do anything, you are downloaded models. This is important because where we're about to go, if you don't get this point, you fucked. You're going to be sitting there going, yeah, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So I'm starting here first because once I start rolling, I'm rolling. So models is something so organic that's passed down by peers, friends, family, trust people that we trust, people with titles. They're just always being television, media, models. When George Floyd died, how we responded was classical models. Whether it was marching, whether it was the very small percentage that looted, whatever the fuck it was a model, right? If you're in a relationship, what is a marriage? It's a model. This is what you're supposed to do in a marriage. It's this model, right? How you go out on a date? It's a model. How you supposed to respond to a date? It's a model. I want you guys to understand this is how do you drive a car in this kind of scenario? You get these models before you even get there. If I say, hey, have you ever drove to Texas? Nah. Well, what should I do if I drive to Texas? Oh, let me show you what you should do. Model. I want you to understand how models are everywhere. So we're about to go into this model here. I'm going to go to a principle around models. So y'all ready? Any questions around models before I keep going? We good?
Maybe after.
Go ahead. Okay, good? Good? Okay. She just reads like, okay. So this phrase here is about to be the coldest phrase you're going to use so motherfucking much. This phrase here, you probably going to say it so much. Was this the last week of class before we take a break? What's the last week? What's this? This last week? Huh? Yeah, so we take a break. Next week, there'll be no class. Then we come back the week after that. Jasadi.
He had to say it with his chest.
She's like, why you, yeah, just like, yeah, man, look here, man. Man, all the food you eat, you're going to be all like, okay, whatever, Jasadi. Yeah, anyway, so the map is not the territory. This here is going to be, it's so important you get this one. I know it's going to it sounds so simple, but when I explode it and blow it out, you're going to realize how fucking powerful this is. And I'm going to shift a new way of thinking, and I'm going to give you a new strategy that's going to be just game changing. All right, next one. Now open and read this.
You fast. Better than me. The map of reality is not reality. Even the best maps are imperfect. That's because they are reductions of what they represent. If a map were to represent the territory with perfect fidelity, it would no longer be a reduction and thus would no longer be useful to us. A map can also be a snapshot of a point in time, representing something that no longer exists. This is important to keep in mind as we think through problems and make better decisions.
So, everything you do in business are models that were passed down. There are maps that the word map represents the word model. So a lot of times when we're doing business, all we're doing is taking other people's maps that are snapshots of the reality of the work you have to do and getting it done. You guys with that so far? Anybody uncomfortable? I'm going to flow a little faster because of time, because I want to leave some room for us to unravel it and questions. Next.
Just because maps and models are flawed is not an excuse to ignore them. Maps are useful to the extent they are explanatory and predictive.
So maps are how we talk, right? It's not you can walk around this world and be like, I don't want to hear no models. I don't want to hear your interpretation of how things work. This is how we move as human beings and be more efficient. So maps are part of our form of core communication, right? It's built into the fine fabrics of human dialogue. So we're not saying maps are wrong or bad. They're part of our existence and they are beneficial. It's how we're responding to them is a challenge. Next one.
The truth is, the only way we can navigate the complexity of reality is through some sort of abstraction.
So when we're talking about what should I do in business, or how do I achieve this, or how do I raise my kids, or how do I do anything, anyhow that you have, I can't give you a hardcore example. I must talk to you through extractions. Guys got that? Keep rolling.
When we read the news, we're consuming abstractions created by other people. The authors consumed vast amounts of information. reflecting upon it, and drew some abstractions and conclusions that they share with us. But something is lost in the process.
Keep going.
We can lose the specific and relevant details that were distilled into an abstraction.
So extraction, that process of producing the extraction, a lot of times dumps details. So when somebody's giving you a model of how to do something, they can't possibly give you the perfect instructions. It's not possible. Number two, often the person who's giving you advice is actually not pulling from a model, they're pulling from a map themselves. So if you use a map to read a map, it even reduces even more details about the territory. You guys going with that real quick? Keep going.
And because we often consume these abstractions as gospel, without having done the hard mental work ourselves, it's tricky to see when the map no longer agrees with the territory. We inadvertently forgot that the map is not reality.
So in our brain, a lot of times we don't have a lot of resources. So nobody really likes to study or embrace or seek out truth. Like you said, that podcast, most of us are not seeking out truth. It's not popular because it's against, based on neuroscience, it's not what our brain likes to do. So a lot of times we're a copy and paste culture that once we paste it, then we actually embrace the emotions that go along with the copy and paste without owning any details about the extraction. So we got this extraction from somebody and we go, oh, this is racism. I'm like, yeah, this is how social justice spread, right? Somebody said this happened, this means this. I go, yeah. Did I do any research? Did I even examine extractions? Did I even know if you really just took your map and made it sound like you actually covered the territory yourself? Keep going.
When we mistake the map for reality, we start to think we have all the answers.
Hold the fuck up. This right here is every fucking thing. This is where y'all get fucked. This is ego number one. This is when you read books about business and when it comes time to go do business, you still fucking suck. This is when you sat in your job at your office and you ain't never been out in the field and you don't realize all you have in your head is maps because you ain't never been an entrepreneur and you fucking suck. This is when you as a mother make mistakes with your child and say it should be like this, as if your should is based upon the actual fucking territory when all you're doing is reading a map of parenting because you've never been a fucking parent before. You can't even build self-compassion for self because you think the map in your head is the real shit. You get mad at yourself because I should have did it this way when you never did this shit before because all you really have is a fucking map in your head, but your brain confused the map with the territory. Y'all see how powerful this shit is? How people there's people in your office telling you, well, if you want to be an entrepreneur, they're going to try and give you advice about being an entrepreneur. Motherfucker, have you ever been on this territory? So all you doing is sharing your distorted map with me about my map of where I need to go, and neither one of us hit the ground. And here's the cool thing. If I can articulate the details of your map, I'm convinced I've been on that territory. You know, I sound just like Nana when it comes to business, you know. I know the same thing he's talking about. You know, I've read the same books. You know, I just, hey, you know. And what Nana's really trying to highlight to you, the complexity is what he's dealing with. Motherfucker, you a map reader. You ain't been on no territory. Because even if you join the territory, you might realize you have a different map. What I notice is what I noticed. What you notice is what you noticed. Right? But this is a huge fucking distortion of our brain. Remember, Court talked back, he said, if you talk about business too long, your brain starts to believe that it's actually doing business because you talk about it so much. So be careful what you talk about all the time because your brain starts thinking you're doing the work. I had a partner that told me, man, I've been revolutionary all this time. I said, wait a minute, what the fuck have you done? All you do is walk around shaming motherfuckers. Man, you ain't built shit. That means you ain't did shit. You've been a talkative motherfucker for years, but you ain't did no revolutionary shit for years. Because he believes the map is a motherfucking territory. There's people right now that will give themselves labels because they label themselves by the ability to understand the map and never walk the fucking territory. This is so important because I promise you, you guys go to motherfucking gurus and mentors. You never ask, hey, what territory have you been on? Oh, he has an award-winning book. He's at the university. He's talking about business. He knows everything about business. Oh, has he ever even did any motherfucking ground level research yet? No. But he's about to tell you what's wrong with your business, and you about to spend money on that shit? Man, pimping ain't motherfucking easy. He should call himself the Hugh Hefner Institute of Playboys. Because that's what the fuck, you just got pimped. You guys spend money with pimps in the game who's never walked the fucking territory. And they try to tell you about business. But here's the other side. Just because somebody give you advice, it's up to you to do the translation. It's not their fault. It's your fault. It's you because you don't know that the map is not. Now, mind you, today, you didn't know it was your fault. And I get it. You've been chasing this motherfucker trying to whoop his ass for the last 6 years. Well, stop chasing him now. You should have took the information and go, it only could be a map. He hasn't done anything. I don't give a fuck how much, how eloquent he is, how much charisma that person has, how smooth they are with their words, how large their vocabulary. It's a fucking map. It's not the territory. Keep going.
We create static rules or policies that deal with the map, but forget that we exist in a constantly changing world. When we close off or ignore feedback loops, we don't see the terrain has changed, and we dramatically reduce our ability to adapt to a changing environment.
Oh, shit. Y'all don't see this, huh? Y'all, that's okay, play. I'm going to help y'all out because this so motherfucking, hey, look here. Y'all look, I ain't ran outside and came back. This shit right here is so motherfucking powerful, and y'all can't hear it. Okay, it's saying to use this. When you receive game on how to get things done, you don't have the game until you receive the feedback from the market you seek to serve, because whatever you try to apply to the market is almost you're stuck in an abstract world and you're not longer connected to the reality that's in front of you. And only for your abstract ideas to ground themselves, it needs feedback. But if you got low self-esteem and you can't let people give you feedback, you stay stuck in abstractions. So, people, okay, hold on a second. Let me put my glasses down. You receive an abstract idea, but for an abstract idea to ground itself, it requires feedback for it to land in the real world. But if your self-esteem can't handle the feedback, you're stuck in the world of abstractions, which is you're walking in hallucinations. This shit is, God damn it, y'all, let me fix these guys, because I can't see the way I used to. That's an abstract. If I look like this, I'm just doing, my sister Brownie, this is how she talk to you. Look here, I ain't gonna have no shit from y'all, you understand me? Oh, anyway, Brownie, if you there, that's how you talk. We close off or ignore feedback loops. So feedback loops is not only people giving you feedback, but what things in society your bank account is a feedback loop. The way energies and things around you that are moving, they're all feedback loops. I'm doing big things. Well, your bank account says you're not doing anything. You should stay at home last night. You would have made more money. That's a cold-blooded feedback loop, but we ignore it, right? We ignore it. Okay, yeah, I'm about to sell this. I'm selling water today. In a day, how many waters you sell? So about 3 of them. But you know what? I feel like I'm doing the right thing. You stuck in an abstraction world. I want you guys to, the map, you got these maps in your head, but the map got your ego feeling like you on point and you know some shit. But all you have is abstractions. You read hella books, you're a walking abstraction. You have not landed one of those ideas because you have no healthy relationship with feedback loops. We don't see the terrain has changed, meaning that even when I give you advice, the world never stays the same. Let me say this again. The world never stays the same. Never stays the same. Never stays the same. So if I say this worked for me when I did it last week, it may have already changed when you do it the following week. It's your requirement to investigate how to take my model and make it your own. That's why I can't be your fucking guru. It's not possible. It's only a distortion of your brain. I can give you advice, but the advice is only a clue to a model that you got to personalize by taking this idea, testing it, receiving the feedback, customizing it, and it's your model. And when you give it to somebody else, they have to do the same process to become their model. No one can lead you to the promised land. You are the God of your experience, and you got to carry yourself. So models are something I can trade. I can exchange an extraction for you, but it's always an extraction until you take ownership of it and you test it and ground it by feedback loops. Y'all see how powerful this shit is? So all this like, oh, I need a mentor to guide me. No, let's cut that shit out. You need to actually take ownership of the shit you're trying to do and turn inwards. As long as you're external, often you destroy your feedback loops. You do. I promise you your brain engages in crazy. You see how this distortion shit is all trying to come together? How I'm not teaching y'all. I'm not your preacher. That's Pastor Chris, and he does an amazing job. I mess with Pastor Chris. He knows how to use the F word. I mess with Pastor Chris, right? Because that's my boy, right? That's where you go for spiritual, moral, and higher alignment. I'm showing you this formula. See, I'm not giving you guys recipes. I'm teaching you how to cook. I'm teaching you to be a chef of your own world. Let's keep going.
Reality is messy and complicated.
Say it again, because that part right there, you kind of mumbled a little bit because you ate a little something maybe you were feeling kind of sexy. Say it again.
Reality is messy and complicated.
Reality is messy and complicated. The reality, okay, our brain loves structure and patterns, and that's cool because that's how we survive. But when you look at the real world, that's not what's out there. When you build a business, stop trying to go to a structure that represents a copy and paste of how you see the world. When you decide you want to approach the world, it's messy. The word is messy and complicated. Keep going.
So our tendency to simplify it is understandable. However, if the aim becomes simplification rather than understanding, we start to make bad decisions.
Gang. Just do it one more time, that last part, because somebody should say bar. Go ahead.
If the aim becomes simplification rather than understanding, we start to make bad decisions.
I'm going to say amen. We start to make bad decisions. If you're trying to simplify everything as opposed to understanding the complexities around you, you start to make bad decisions. The more anything you have grows, the more robust, the more bad decisions you will experience, and the more you become too top-heavy in bad decisions, and you destroy your own dreams. See, when you're building stuff by yourself, you get to fix and adjust before it gets out of control. But the more people on your team, the more it gets out of control. So you have to get to a point where you start to get comfortable embracing simplicity and complexity. Stop saying, just make it simple. When you keep screaming, make it simple, you're low on mental resources. So now here's what you do. You go home, look at your sleep patterns. You look at your eating habits and look at your exercise habits, which we go back to our original fucking class. And this is how you grow your brain to embrace complexities, which helps you solve complex problems. This is why when Corey told you, if you ain't getting this game now that he's giving you, then when it comes time to really use these real tools, you can't use them. You'll be like, that's some deep shit, Nana. And then next tomorrow, when somebody go to swing on you, you don't do that famous duck. You start windmilling and getting hit all in the face, all fucked up, all kind of ways. Because you don't realize that exercising shit, that sleeping shit, and that diet shit is giving your brain the ability to embrace complexities, because complexity is a calorie burn. It's a high calorie burn. So your brain saying, I want simplicity, is just you responding to the neuroscience of what your brain is telling you, that we only got so many calories, man. Wrap it up.
Can I ask a question?
Josh, you turn his mic off again. Let's just let him breathe on the fucking microphone. Fuck it. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, also just keep in mind that social media is the map of the map. So it's even more like imperative that you think about this, because if you are living in a social media world, then you even forget that you're even on the map of a map.
He said that shit about his fur coat being on. But that was some pimped ass shit, wasn't it? Goddamn Goldie. That was hella tight. That's his nickname when he comes. When he drop shit that hard, that's his nickname in his class. Goldie just said social media is the map of the motherfucking map, player. Y'all, he didn't choose y'all chose him. Anyway, keep going.
So the 3 points that you just mentioned from the first 6 months of the class, when you first start, you slow at it. So, and you give yourself time because it's not a race.
It ain't a rabbit.
Right.
No.
So you're going to be doing this for the rest of your life. And so
That's right.
I give myself a lot of grace to get there and to stumble. When I turn that around, though, and I am working with someone who doesn't have those things, right, I don't have the same grace of time with them. So they're moving on the move. That's not going to change because they're working with me. That's something, I'm not in that system. So the struggle sometimes I feel like I'm telling myself, I got time, I'm not going nowhere. But with them, I need to have a different approach, and I'm struggling to pull those apart. So it's making me feel a little shaky in the application.
But okay, that's a distortion.
Okay.
Because you ain't got nothing to do with them.
But
and if they're impacting you, then your job is to own what you know, because you have abstractions that you haven't owned enough, where you can deliver ways to strategically deliver your way superior to those flawed ways. So if you put me in a room with somebody's flawed, I'm going to come out on top. I'm going to come out on top, right? And the reason I'm going to come out on top is for the simple fact that one of the gifts I receive from you guys, the gift you guys give me, is I got to boil things down, which is the ultimate form of ownership.
Yes.
So I could be in a room with somebody who has no idea none of the shit we're talking about, and rationalize it and bring that person to my rhythm as opposed to being their rhythm. Now, when they go separate from me, they can go back to fast Kathy or whatever the fuck they want to be. But in the end, I create the rhythms that surround me as an entrepreneur, or I learn to explore my rhythms with you to help win over better directions. Or in some cases, I learn to avoid because it's just too deeply tied into where you are, and I change out the system. Because guess what I'm doing? I'm not issue focused. I'm choice focused. I'm checking up what's my next choices. What I'm not going to do is, I have a father-in-law, and this cat he just hallucinates issues. You know, the white man and the devils and he just, man. If you in 1600s, what they was trying to say. This is why black people today, woo. And you know what I do? Yeah, that's powerful, bro. You know why? Because if I challenge him, I'm become him.
Yeah.
Right? He's not going to shift, so it's a waste of my time. His cooking and his love is real. Because his cooking is real, y'all. I don't give a what y'all say. That man cook a rabbit right now. You'll never eat any other meat in your life. So when I go to a family get-together, I'm not there to create dysfunction. I'm there to be like, yo, I'm here to show love. Because guess what? When my son needed somebody one time, he was there. That's his value to me. I can't ask for nothing more. Everybody can't be everything to me. So once you realize that I just need to understand the value you have to me and stop asking people to be more than what they can be and accept who they are, then that distortion allows people to be, more of whoever the fuck they need to be around me. Because I don't understand your path, so I don't get to define your outcome. I don't get to do that. But if we're working on something, if I take lead, I'm gonna run my shit. But when I run my shit, I'm going to wine and dine you in a new direction. I'm going to inspire you to come with me. And those who I can't inspire, we're not meant to be together. I'm not mad about that. But I see choices. I don't get into yes, no, should be, why not, because that's a should kind of distortion. Nobody should do shit.
I like 65% understood your answer, but I'm going to sit with it. If I'll come back at the end.
Call me a little later. We keep talking about this shit. We keep talking about it. I don't give a shit. We're going to keep, this shit's, come on, let's go. This shit's great. Come on. This is just one motherfucking mental model. There's hundreds of mental models. This is just one, but I want you guys to understand how much shit you guys don't have access to all this time and been busting your ass because somebody told you hard work mattered. Smart work was what mattered, not hard motherfucking work. Slaves do hard work, rulers do smart work. You all gotta do work. And sometimes smart work can be hard. But if you think hard is where you hang your hat on, you probably do some slave shit. You don't even know it. Go ahead.
We can't use maps as dogma. Maps and models are not meant to live forever as static references. The world is dynamic. As territories change, our tools to navigate them must be flexible to handle a wide variety of situations or adapt to the changing times.
Pause. So y'all remember I used to say, why are we still talking about the 60s in 2020 when it comes to black people? That ain't got shit to do with it. 60s ain't got shit to do with it. There's too many things have changed. You can't use those same models. That worked for Martin. Thank God. Let's move on. How do we work? How do we move forward? Even you say, this is how we built businesses in the 70s. Our Black Wall Street, that worked for 1940, 1920. Move the fuck on. Doesn't mean that there's some valuable models in there, but some of y'all running around here trying to recreate that shit. Are you serious? That era and those circumstances gave validity to those models. The challenge you have today is what models work in your current circumstances. Where are your rivers that you will build a dam to? Stop building dams around old rivers that's been dried up. He gave the game. He was talking about if it's not your territory in that piece. I was like, y'all won't hear this, but this shit's cold-blooded, right? So at the end of the day, you can't, this is where, Lily, when you said, I build, what about our past? Some of us are using our past incorrectly as models we need to keep going. No. Don't be on 65th Avenue building pyramids in your real estate. Don't translate too well. Figure out what the model is today. Now, can you take on some of the brilliance and the models that caused them to build the pyramids? Yes. But to go back and try to build another pyramid and it's non-functional, the shit ain't even properly in circulation and maintaining resources, it don't make sense. It's not sustainable. Right? So my point is like, we do this all the time in business. I read Steve Jobs did this. What the fuck I can do with you? Those circumstances are not the same. You can't even adopt those ideas even if you wanted to. And you don't even read material that's relevant. You're reading models that are way out here in space. And the models you need to be worrying about is how to cut my fucking grass as my first model. This is how far disconnected in our studies and our research. And then we run around talking about, so let me tell you what, they were the Phoenicians. They ran across this particular Asian culture in around 1700s. And see what happened, and then somebody like, man, you know a lot. You're like, yeah, I do my studies and shit. I'm not saying, but I mean, I pay attention to shit. What? How do you sell apples on the corner? Well, I think what I would do is I'll get some apples and I would charge $10 an apple, and then I would get some music out there. I have my son out. Yeah, that's what you need to read about. How to sell a fucking apple. Fuck the Phoenicians. Anyway, keep going.
If the value of a map or model is related to its ability to predict or explain, that it needs to represent reality.
So read that again. This stay with me, y'all, because this shit is so cold. I'm teaching you how to build. This is even government. Go ahead, read again.
If the value of a map or model is related to its ability to predict or explain, then it needs to represent reality.
I mean, if you have a model and you can't tie to reality, dump that shit. Keep going.
If reality has changed, the map must change.
If your reality has changed, you can't use the old model. Your model must change. If reality has changed, your model must change. If reality has changed, if you run a business, if you decide you want to get into wine business, are you in Fern's business? Are you at Fern's place? Then why are you doing everything Fern did? This is why when I tell you guys all the time, don't worry about some people stealing your idea, especially if it's service-based. Because guess what? They got to build their own model. Shakina has her own gym. You can go work for her right now as an intern. If you try to do it her way, you're going to fail. You got to figure out how to work your gym. How does it work for you? How to integrate your model to the current reality. Let's keep rolling.
Maps can't show everything. Some of the biggest map territory problems are the risks of the territory that are not shown on the map. When we're following the map without looking around, we trip right over them. Any user of a map or model must realize that we do not understand a model, map, or reduction unless we understand and respect its limitations. If we don't understand what the map does and doesn't tell us, it can be useless or even dangerous.
So if Shakina gives you advice on what to do with your business, Shakina asked me a question about successful or rich clients. How does she improve the retaining of her rich clients? And when I started to answer, the answer got real complex because it had branches on branches on branches and required her to do a lot of research to figure out what kind of rich client do you have? All rich people are the same, right? Then investigate this and investigate that and then use this technique because at the end of the day, human beings are attached to habits. What habits are they attached to? How do you align yours with habits, right? There's layers and complexities. If you take a model and you don't understand the complexities attached to it, you get a false sense of confidence, and all you do is go out there to start something that falls apart, and you destroy your reputation. You that person can tell everybody what to do, but can never finish nothing, because you never realized that all you had was maps. Let's keep rolling. I'm rolling fast. Keep going. Okay, so this story, before she gets into the story, I know I cut you off. She's like, what? God damn, I need my Prozac. Quit fucking with me. Okay, hold on. Advertisement time. Made by Cassandra. Hold on. So, I was hungry. Y'all kiss my ass. Okay, so, there's a story about herdsmen. This story here is about nation building. This is a powerful ass story. So, group of herdsmen. This is open land back in the days. Let's say year 02. And grass is limited, right? So herdsmen, there's different groups of herdsmen all occupying land, and all of us have one sheep, right? So when we have one sheep, we feed the sheep, eat the grass, and from the sheep we can actually earn money and we can actually gain food. So, we sell out the milk and whatever how sheep earn money, and from them grazing, it has a value from their grazing. So start reading this story. Now stay with this story and watch how cool this shit is.
As a rational being, each herdsman seeks to maximize his gain.
So every human being, I'm gonna transfer this to a human being. Every human being seeks to maximize their gain, right? Any city you in, people seek to maximize their gains. Keep that as a basic foundation as we talk about large groups of people. Go.
Explicitly or implicitly, more or less consciously, he asks, what is the utility to me of adding one more animal to my herd?
So now I'm saying, well, shit, this one sheep is doing good. I might as well get another fucking sheep. Right? Y'all see this like in the neighborhood where somebody got a car, they get a little money, go get another car. Now they parking in the streets, or then the sister get a car, now she's parking. Now your friends come over, ain't no place to park, right? But it's like, we kind of, and it's like, I'm just thinking like, why not do this? This worked for me before, I might as well just add one more. Keep going.
This utility has one negative and one positive component.
Now pay attention to this. Positive component.
The positive component is a function of the increment of one animal. Since the herdsman receives all the proceeds from the sale of the individual animal, the positive utility is nearly +1.
So every time he gets another animal, he gets more money. And so it's like, well, why would I not get more animals? Go ahead. Negative component.
The negative component is a function of the additional overgrazing created by one more animal. Since, however, the effects of overgrazing are shared by all the herdsmen, the negative utility for any particular decision-making herdsman is only a fraction of one.
So, in order to keep all those sheep, they have to eat grass. If we get too many sheep, we can all lose all of our sheeps. Think about that. So say with that. So it sounds positive. Each person is in a positive. You're being positive. I'm being positive. You're being positive. You're being positive. You're being positive. No one is being negative. But as we all grow, we threaten the destruction of all of ourselves. Next.
Adding together the component partial utilities, the rational herdsman concludes that the only sensible course for him to pursue is to add another animal to his herd.
It's rational. There's nothing wrong with that. Smart. Go ahead.
and another, and another. But this is the conclusion reached by each and every rational herdsman sharing a commons. Therein is the tragedy. Each man is locked into a system that compels him to increase his herd without limit, in a world that is limited. Ruin is the destination toward which all men rush.
So when you're thinking about yourself in your personal space, when you scale, you can actually work towards your own destruction, even though you're being extremely rational. This is where mental models come into place, right? And if you have a whole bunch of maps, a lot of times, if you don't understand map and territory, you can have a map which is your rational thinking. But what happens is by default, there's other energies and there's other influences that allow you to not see the territory. Go to the next one.
What is common to many is taken least care of, for all men have greater regard for what is their own than for what they possess in common with others.
Read that shit one more fucking time. One more again.
What is common to many is taken least care of, for all men have greater regard for what is their own than for what they possess in common with others.
This is called ghetto. Ghetto is a human nature. It's not black people. Humans by default, this is where rules and structure come into place. If there's no higher rules and structure, we will unconsciously impede on each other's wealth, comfort, and functionality. Because each person, this is why I say you have to read people differently. That's when you get mad at somebody. You don't realize they're acting rational, I'm acting rational. But if we don't have a higher understanding, we're always working towards self-destruction, even though all the people in the room are rational. Is that some cold shit or not?
Say that again?
We're all acting rational in our own interest. That's something that makes sense. But if we don't possess higher forms of thinking, we're all working towards our self-destruction. Because by default, we can't think about our shared resources.
Like imagine if the air in the room got cut off and everybody wants to take one more breath, but they don't even breathe another breath.
We're going to work towards our own. It's just we're all being rational. We're all working in our best interests. How do you scale anything if you don't understand these higher principles? You get where I'm going with this? So being rational and thinking that's your tool to success is not true. Because the world's complex, messy, it's variations, it's competing groups, it's people pre-existing, there's all this stuff occupying the same space with limited resources. And so this is when government comes along and says, Shakina, black people can't have, this is racist. What about the white people? If you don't look at the numbers, you sometimes can't see the call. All you know is you being shut out and somebody's impeding on your personal growth. This is where the conversations about a lot of these historical rights and wrongs, without contextually understanding these principles, these higher principles, it's easy for you to shrink the story and be victimized by the distortions of the stories that you have in your head. Let's keep rolling.
Economist Eleanor Ostrom wrote about being cautious with maps and models when looking at different governance structures for common resources.
This is hot.
She was worried that the tragedy of the commons model, which shows how a shared resource can become destroyed through bad incentives, was too general and did not account for how people in reality solved the problem.
That's why I said when you read these histories of racism and fucked up shit that happened to us as a people, when you read them from the path that we read them from, we're not learning systems. This is why we can't recreate them, and this is why we continue to stumble over our own selves, because we're misreading our own fucking history. This is so cold. Like, I hate to say it, like, you look at human history, a lot of people died of all races. There ain't a race in this motherfucking room or a race that you know that don't have massive deaths and mistreatments. There's no such thing. But if you misread it and only see it from a victim space, you can't see how something that may have a positive intent. It's easy to assume the intent of, they were being racist. Were they really? Were they? Or is this what happens when systems grow at a certain point? There's this thing that you're going to learn later on called the tipping point. Meaning that, Lily, hold the question now. When something positive can become something negative. You start off on a good note and you move into something. This happens to businesses all the time. It's called a spillover. I'm going to get into this later on, what a spillover is. A spillover is you started something on a positive note, but when it scaled to a certain point, it became something negative, and it comes off if it was designed to be destructive when it's just because of its growth. Because of its growth, it changes its nature. Right. So when you look at the history of something that's actually happening in society, a lot of times you don't understand the evolution. You're just looking at the map of what happened. And because you don't understand the terrain of what actually happened, when it comes time for you to build, you may walk into your own destruction because you never learn systems and how they evolve. And you get caught into this labeling of good people, bad people, white people, black people, Asian people, Latino people. And at the end of the day, no, stop, slow it down. You got to learn the nature of large populations, coexistence, human behavior, decision-making, because that starts to create outcomes that are not easily explainable by these stories. Like you said in that podcast, we don't learn to live in reality or chase truth. We chase stories. We don't chase truth. We chase stories that make us feel good. Stories that says it's not my fault. Stories that say the only reason I'm poor is because they did it. It's not human nature for you to focus on yourself like that. It makes you feel better to say, only reason I didn't make it this far is because my mother didn't do this for me. My brother didn't do it, my sister didn't. That makes you feel good. But that is not the knowledge of systems. This is a different level of thinking. And when you guys start performing on a different level, you're going to realize people who change the world and move things around this world, this is the thinking that's happening. The level beneath them, the people who are just a labor force, they think different than the people who are actually running shit. When you read books by people who are actually making the calls, if you don't learn this language, you can't even understand the books. You can read the words, but you have no context. And you won't be able to translate where the map is flawed. You won't even know where to start with these new suggestions that they're offering you. Roll.
She explained the limitations of using models to guide public policy, namely that they often become metaphors.
Keep going.
What makes these models so dangerous is that the constraints that are assumed to be fixed for the purpose of analysis are taken on faith as being fixed in an empirical setting.
Keep going.
Wow. This is a double problem. First, having a general map, we may assume that if a territory matches the map in a couple of respects, it matches the map in all respects.
So if I give you game, or somebody give you game, or some mentor give you game, and some of it work, you assume all of it works. No. You have to personalize it, even if some of it worked. But what happens is you start to become, remember the preacher, the prosecutor, and the prophet? You become those three instantly. Because why? A preacher, politician, and preacher, politician, and a prosecutor.
Yeah.
Yeah. You become those three instantly because something small portion of it worked. Your brain doesn't say, wait, that work doesn't mean that all this is valuable. And if they gave you advice, the advice wasn't the bad part. It's your misinterpretation that if some of it worked, it's gold. I don't need to think any further. You see where I'm going with this? This shit's cold because it still falls on you. If a fake guru comes in or a fake self-help person got on this microphone and inspired you, what you do is on you, not them. You see where I'm going with this? What you do is not on this. Most people who are giving you advice, black people, Latino folks, my Jewish folks online, or my Jewish folks here, my Asian folks online, they're not you. They mean good, but it's up to you to ground the map to your cultural needs because your culture has rivers that don't align with their rivers, and you're building dams in the wrong place because you listen to their principles, their models, and you allow their maps to become your maps. You see what's happening here? See, I talked about this 2 years ago. Envy in the black race is high. We envy white people so much we stop thinking about our own journey and our own possibilities. This is why I said earlier that a lot of times you will walk over the evidence of a new territory and totally miss it because you're too busy focusing on somebody else's map they gave to you. Keep rolling.
Second, we may think adherence to the map is more important than taking in new information about a territory.
So when like white people decide to help you, you know what black people need? They need more money. And so I'm working on raising more money to help black people out. They don't even ask you. You know what gay people need? They don't even ask you. You know what women need? Y'all know what the fuck I'm talking about. They don't even fucking ask you. Feminists be speaking, white lesbian feminists be talking about telling black straight women what the fuck they need. Y'all don't even know what the fuck to say anymore. Y'all be like, fuck it, I guess we do need that. I don't know, shit. It makes sense to me. You guys gonna want this? Like, you got people telling you every day this is what you need, and it's not about them telling you what you need. It's your responsibility to take the map under your control and ground it. It's not their responsibility to tell you to ground it. That's why when white people got together and said we're gonna raise money to help black people, they didn't sit with a council of intelligent black people who are committed to like building solutions for black people and scaling solutions who have territory experience. They took a whole bunch of black people who were charismatic at talking about maps, then wrote their own map, the map of a map, and now y'all walking around here shaming each other on a map you didn't even fucking create. I want you to see how thinking for yourself is a cold motherfucking game. And if you don't think for yourself, you are following maps that you never even fucking built and will never work for you because you don't do the work to ground it to make it your own. I mean, that many maps are good. You are not doing the work to make them work for you. Let's keep going.
Ostrom asserts that one of the main values of using models as maps in public policy discussions is in the thinking that is generated. They are tools for exploration, not doctrines to force conformity. They are guidebooks, not laws.
That just explains the whole Republican-Democrat beef. But why are black people wearing masks? Why are these people not accepting these people? Why is the government voting for this? It's people just accepting maps as being... Most people who work in government office don't go and hang out with the people they seek to serve. They sit in an office and read maps on how to show up for you. And they just exchanging maps. They don't have no territory experience. That's real shit. Keep going.
Reality is the ultimate update.
Say again, what is the ultimate update?
Reality is the ultimate update.
Have you updated your fucking brain lately? Have you downloaded this new version which is called reality? Many of y'all are stuck on old ass versions. Let me tell you what's wrong with these people out here. Now, when I was sharecropping, working at Penny's, working at Macy's, I get these names mixed up. This is what I know. So you can never trust. I don't really fuck with these kind of people. Do you know, I'm gonna fuck with y'all. Fuck it, y'all can't with me. Let's y'all get together and coordinate. Do you know that marijuana took off on a map over reality in our culture? It took off on a map. People mapped, this model works for you. Oh, it does? All y'all ain't the same. How the fuck one size fit all for anybody? Anytime somebody gives you a one size fit all, automatically know that model's flawed. There's no such thing. But it took off like a wildfire. Am I saying I'm pro or anti marijuana? No. I'm saying some people have a different relationship to everything. That some people can drink alcohol and it's just cool. I met an Asian dude the other day. He's like, yo, I can't drink alcohol. A lot of people in my culture, they say over 50%, they drink alcohol, it stays in our system too long. You can't tell him, well, it's just alcohol. Not for him. Oppression changes the relationship of drugs and alcohol. But what happened is everybody copied this model and go, well, fuck it, I try it. And some people it doesn't do too well for. Some people are a survivor. But it ain't this, we sold this idea, this model to everybody, because guess what? Well, we do that in a lot of shit. It's not just marijuana. A lot of you guys are walking around with all these models you have never grounded. And you know why you haven't grounded? Because you never attached it back to reality. See, this is what we need to do as people. We need to do A, B, and C because we need to do that. And I often say, and then what? And what does that mean? Where are we trying to go? And guess what? That's when I just like a pin in your whole argument. Well, I just know we just need to do some shit. And if you at least I got an idea. But once you attach your ideas to reality, you realize, is that scalable? Does that actually work? Will everybody get with it? Who's going to support it? What do you know for sure is true? What has to be true for your idea to work? That's a powerful business question, by the way. What has to be true for your idea to work? And if you don't ask that question, you are stuck in abstraction. Read.
When we enter new and unfamiliar territory, it's nice to have a map on hand.
Perfect.
Everything from traveling to a new city to becoming a parent for the first time has maps that we can use to improve our ability to navigate the terrain.
Perfect.
But territories change, sometimes faster than the maps and models that describe them. We can and should update them based on our own experience in the territory. That's how good maps are built, feedback loops created by explorers. We can think of stereotypes as maps. Sometimes they are useful. We have to process large amounts of information every day, and simplified chunks such as stereotypes can help us sort through this information with efficiency. The danger is when, like with all maps, we forget the territory is more complex, that people have far more territory than a stereotype can represent.
So stereotype can't tell you shit about nobody. I don't give a fuck if you're Latino, black, Asian, white, young, tall, old, fat, skinny, eat all the pizza like Jasadi. It doesn't matter. It doesn't tell you much. Y'all think I believe Jasadi alone. That's my little brother. You don't get this. Go ahead.
In the early 1900s, Europeans were snapping pictures all over Palestine.
This is powerful, y'all. Listen here.
Yeah. Leaving a record that may have reflected their ethnographic perspective, but did not cover Karime Aboud's perception of her culture. She began to take photos of those around her, becoming the first female Arab to set up her own photo studio in Palestine. Her pictures reflected a different take on the territory. She rejected the European style and aimed to capture the middle class as they were. She tried to let her camera record the territory as she saw it versus manipulating the images to follow a narrative.
Uh-oh. When people tell you about your story, they unconsciously manipulate the imagery and the story to fit a narrative they already have for you. If you know most stories about black people, there's either a white savior or they are, at the end of the day, white people were the brilliant solution in our world. That's why today you scream Black Lives Matter, because you say, hey, I've been trained my whole life they're the savior, when the savior is you. This shit is so, because in the day, you got to always ask yourself, who's making the map I'm following? Who's making the social justice map? Who's the social justice intelligent council that's always updating the strategy to make sure and measuring the success and shifting when the strategy doesn't work? Or are you following some extraction controlled by other people who are trying to fill a complete narrative that fit their agenda? It's not conspiracy, it's human nature. Everybody's self-promotional. Key ride.
We do have to remember, though, that a map captures a territory at a moment in time.
Yes, it does.
Just because it might have done a good job at depicting what was, there is no guarantee that it depicts what is there now or what will be there in the future.
The future. The key word is the future. I mean, even when you get models and ideas, what Shakina just said earlier was fire. She said, I've had all these maps that have worked up to this point. That's what she said. I'm just translating new language. I used all these maps up to this point, but where I want to go, my maps don't work no more. Yeah. That was fucking brilliant. That's why I was like, yo, thanks for sharing that. But y'all couldn't have heard how deep that shit was. What she was saying is she needs to discover new maps and how to ground these new maps, because at this point she is walking blind. Go.
The faster the rate of change in the territory, the harder it will be for a map to keep up to date.
So maps sometimes are chasing the speed of human change. Go ahead.
Consider the cartographer. Maps are not purely objective creations. They reflect the values, standards, and limitations of their creators.
Never forget that. Never forget that. Go.
However, as historian Margaret Macmillan has pointed out, nationalism is a very modern construct, and in some sense has developed with, not in advance of, the maps that set out the shape of countries.
So modern society that we know right now wasn't defined by organic relationships.
What the fuck?
I told you I love my reader. So how we think about the world right now is by those who created the maps that shapes the way you think. The way you think about the world right now is created by those who came before you. The ones who created the map, the ones who created the map before you came into existence. Cities are not organically part of human existence. How you feel about Oakland, Berkeley, America? I'm about Oakland. I'm Oakland all day long. Would you let that white boy stop talking through you? Somebody else created that story, your borders, your line, your subjective reality. The person who controls the map is shaping the way you think.
So are
The actual map. You ever seen a picture of Africa and America? You would think that Africa and America is relatively the close size. But you could put 3 United States in Africa. There's a reason they made America that size. There's a reason they designed America at the point they designed America. I think there's more human beings in South America than there is America. But America is at the center of your focus. Everything has its purpose. So when they then call you a minority, that's another map. That's another model they told you. What the fuck does that mean? So you don't even think about the potential growth of any product or market because you're looking at you're trying to think about business within the context of being a minority. You got somebody is literally shaping your thinking. They don't need to put chains on you, people. All I need to do is just change the way you see the world, and I control your logic, your rationalization. This shit is so. I told y'all this is one of the coldest fucking models in the game. There's other ones that's just gonna make your nose bleed, but this is one of the cold ones. Go ahead, Shavisha.
Okay.
You can start from together because just so folks can hear it again.
Okay. However, as historian Margaret Macmillan has pointed out, nationalism is a very modern construct and in some sense has developed with, not in advance of, the maps that set out the shape of countries.
So your thinking has developed with, not separate. It was shaping your thinking. Keep going.
We then should not assume that our literal maps depict an objective view of the geographical territory.
By the way, this ain't a black person. This is not written by a black person. This is written by white folks. This book is written by white folks. So this ain't like black folks talking revolutionary. They show you how to think. It sounds revolutionary when you play defense, but if you go to offense, it's a tool. It's a bar. Next.
Maps can influence territories. This problem was part of the central argument put forth by Jane Jacobs in her groundbreaking work, The Death and Life of Great American Cities. She chronicled the efforts of city planners who came up with elaborate models for the design and organization of cities without paying any attention to how cities actually work.
Mm-hmm.
They then tried to fit the cities into the model.
This is why Manhattan, freeways, ghettos. Oh my God. It's when somebody designs a model and go, let's just make this shit work. If you design a city incorrectly, you can cause that whole city to go up in flames. You design a city correctly, you can actually increase peace, morality, you can increase education, you can increase, matter of fact, the new trend, if you read, governors are trying to build cities with more bicycle lanes because it encourages a certain type of behavior. So the city design shapes behavior. This is big picture shit, y'all. This is when you talk about racism, stop playing whack-a-mole, let's get to some real shit. Let's keep riding.
She describes how cities were changed to correspond to these models and the often negative consequences of these efforts. It became possible also to map out master plans for the statistical city, and people take these more seriously, for we are all accustomed to believe that maps and reality are necessarily related, or that if they are not, we can make them so by altering reality.
So systemic racism, East Oakland is designed for it. It is. Let me focus with you. And if you don't take over your design of your infrastructure, and I was thinking about infrastructure, which I'm going to get into why that's so deep, that's way, way bigger than solving problems, then the system will recreate it over and over and over again. There's nothing wrong with you. If I put you in prison, you're going to start doing prison shit. You're not going to be acting like you in Walnut Creek walking around shopping at Macy's. You're doing prison shit. You have no idea how designs impact human behavior and those who created the map, whether it was negative intent or they just didn't give a fuck. Once they decided that, well, we're going to just make this shit work, when that shit expanded, you hit a tipping point. And a tipping point is destructive as fuck. Roll.
Jacob's book is, in part, a cautionary tale of what can happen when faith in the model influences the decisions we make in the territory, when we try to fit complexity into the simplification.
Try to fit complexity into simplification. Go ahead.
In general, when building statistical models, we must not forget that the aim is to understand something about the real world.
The aim is to understand something about the real world. Meaning that when you build models for your business, when you build models for your children, when you build models for anything that matters to you, you must understand how the real world works. Keep going.
Oh, I lost my place. Okay, hold on.
Or predict.
Okay. Okay. In general, when building statistical models, we must not forget that the aim is to understand something about the real world, or predict, choose an action, make a decision, summarize evidence, and so on, but always about the real world.
Or predict, choose an action, make a decision, summarize evidence, and so on, but always and always about the real world. Not an abstract mathematical world. Our models are not the reality. Our models are not the reality. That shit's everything. Keep going.
Maps have long been a part of human society. They are valuable tools to pass on knowledge. Still, in using maps, abstractions, and models, we must always be wise to their limitations. They are, by definition, reductions of something far more complex. There is always at least an element of subjectivity, and we need to remember that they are created at particular moments in time.
So whatever model somebody gives you, always remember, it was created. So when you go to school and the teachers give you models about life, this is something we read about earlier, and it says, hey, sometimes we trust false information from people who have old ideas and old models, right? A lot of times we go to school, the teachers give you information, they learn that model. They transfer the model because it worked for somebody they trust, or it may work for them. But by the time it gets to you, the model doesn't work anymore. And it's not the teacher's fault. This is the sad part. It was up to you to renew the model. Otherwise, if you don't renew the model, then there's nothing anyone can do. There's no way in the world. It's hard for the human being who has a bias toward a model to really understand that the model is not truly updated. So copy and pasting, or just watching what other companies do and looking at their models of how they're running their business, and you just try to copy and paste it. Remember I told you the weakest form of knowledge is observation knowledge? This is why it's the weakest form of knowledge. Because when you're observing other business, you're just looking at the model, and you don't understand that if you don't ground that model, attach that model, understand the complexities that go into that model, you have nothing. You have nothing.
They are flawed but useful. In order to think a few steps ahead, we must think beyond the map.
Uh-oh. Woo! Yes. Okay, yeah. Let's bring the questions. Come on, this is for y'all. That's it. I made it too. That was for man. You talk too long already. Sit down. Anyway, go ahead, sis. Move your big ass here out the way. Go ahead.
This question is not to be blasphemous towards anyone. I grew up Christian Baptist, but I did have a question in regards to the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
Given that the Bible are mainly stories, is the Bible also considered as a map in which we are kind of interpreting how we should live in the current world?
It's actually a huge map that actually it's our responsibility in each generation to ground it. There was a famous question asked to Sadhguru, which is somebody I like is one of these wise cats out of India. And they say, hey, what's the difference between Krishna? He's a person, a theologian type person. He studies multiple religions, but study it more, multiple religions. He said, what's the difference between Krishna and Christ? And I'm not here to say they did or did not exist. That's not the point, but the stories are relevant because they're both very powerful figures to large groups of people. And he said nothing. He said the difference is that Krishna was born of a royal family, and he had a different energy coming in against him. So he used the same principle, but his model looks this way based upon his challenges. Christ was born in this space and time, and he used the exact same model, but it showed up this way. Right? So the same model can look extremely different depending on the surrounding circumstances, right? So a lot of the Bible is full of all these models that what happens is that fundamentalists is where the problem's at. Fundamentalists try to read it exactly and then just try to copy the mapping of those ideas without ever adjusting it to any of the challenges that are in front of them, the people, whatever the challenge is, right? And so that's why a lot of times that's where religions go bad. And that's why I like Pastor Chris, because Pastor Chris is always trying to align the models of the Bible towards some of the modern. Pastor Chris is one of the brothers in the class. He's been in class for some years, and he has a huge church out in Pittsburgh. And Pastor Chris, he's always looking at current circumstances and seeing how this model will need to show up in this space to still be this fuel. Because if at the end of the day, it just seems almost insane that you have this book full of, I'm gonna use a kind of shrunk word, but instructions of how to live this life. And it's not working for you. And the reason it's not working for you is not the book problem. Is you don't realize that you have to ground those models. The map is not the territory, right? That's why one of my arguments have always been for a lot of theologians not theologians, but people who go against against Bible or the Quran, is the reason you see contradictions is because you don't understand context. So if that day we went to war, don't mean we don't go to war in East Oakland in a neighborhood where ain't nobody fighting. You don't run outside and old people be like, I'm gonna shoot all you motherfuckers because God told me, whoa, that's out of context. Well, there's a lot of other stuff in the Bible that when you read the Bible, it's cool here, but it's not cool there. It's cool here, but it's not cool there. That's an example of life in itself. That a model applies at certain times, and certain times it doesn't because all the surrounding circumstances changes the conversation. Go in the middle of they in straight gunfire, and you lay out your blanket and turn to the east, you'd be shot. You'd be shot right the fuck there. So the reality is that it's understanding things to contextual relevance is our ownership. That's why wisdom was never excused. You can never say, well, I'm just gonna read this book verbatim and just follow what it says. That's a laziness. You read the material, but then you have to ground those ideas to the reality that you actually exist in. And that's usually what makes religions favorable by humans. When they start seeing the religion, I think Christ talked about that. About the light shining. Like when your stuff starts working for you, that's what makes other people want to join your religion. But if you just tell me all these ideas, but your life is in shambles and you ain't never did shit right, and anybody in your church don't look like they ain't doing shit right, well, you gotta understand that's a horrible brand. You trying to sell how to quench your thirst, but you sell salt.
I just want to say this. In the book itself, Jesus was trying to say that. Jesus was trying to say the map is not the territory.
Yes.
Because he had the biggest beef with the Pharisees because they followed the rules exactly to the T. They did all the stuff. Their beard was a certain way, and he came and straight clowned them all and said, you guys follow it to the T, but you really ain't shit. So
just like that. Tell him, Cody.
I have a
Go ahead. Okay, Lily, then Shabisha, then I want some other people to jump in here that may have questions. Go ahead. But sis, always don't ever apologize for your religious background, because the principles we're talking about is scaling, and it really doesn't discriminate against that at all. Right? That's one thing I tell people all the time. When you join this class, it's going to help you develop a better relationship with your belief systems, and it's going to help you clean up your belief systems. Because a lot of times, a lot of our belief systems were just passed down. We never sat down and said, okay, wait a minute, because the people pass it down to you sometimes didn't have all the details. And so and that way you don't get mad at them like, oh, they didn't tell me this. Well, they didn't. No, that's part of the human flaw. And so it's our responsibility to raise that bar for each generation after us. So sis, don't ever apologize for that. Don't ever apologize for that. Lily, go ahead, Tish.
Okay, I have two questions, but I'll be quick. So the first one has to be, is about maps. So we talk about maps and how Shakina, she's in a space where the maps she had before, she needs new maps. So my question is, where does she find these new maps? And then in terms of applying these maps or taking ownership of these maps, how do you take ownership? And I think you said something about application and research. So do I find flaws in these maps through just critical thinking? Do I do control groups? I just put them in the context of my personal situation?
So in all fairness, like you're in the early stages. So like your questions there's some undertone there that there is no parent out here for you no more. If you're not practicing studying truth, then you're almost gonna always be behind, because when you have a problem, you have to go find a solution. The reason I read an hour and a half a day is for the problem I don't even see coming. The reason I'm learning these principles and these models all the time, so I know how to access or where to even go look for the solutions. That all comes out from the process of engagement. When you first start, like as you start to practice just the hunger for knowledge, you're going to read about a lot of stuff that seems so irrelevant until it's relevant, right? But if you work on this, I'm only going to open a book when I got a problem, like almost like the same way we treat a recipe book. A chef doesn't open books when they're cooking. A chef learns the principles of cooking, and they can use recipes, but they can also change anybody's recipes to become their own, right? But you got to practice the art of just learning for the sake of learning in a particular field, and eventually become multidisciplinary and learn in multiple fields. So with me, I learn multidisciplinary. I don't just learn like just business. I'm not just behavior science. I'm not neuroscience, right? I'm learning all kind of other statistics and all kind of different principles and history and all kind of different stuff that I'm like, right? And if I see something I like, for example, like when the young lady talked about how the environment is designed a certain kind of way, and she wrote a book about environmental designs and how that shapes the impact on human behavior, I'm going to see that name, I'm going to write that down, I'm going to look at what books they have, I'm going to get that book, I'm going to read that book, right? And then when I read that book, I'm going to hear other names called out, right? And then I'm going to watch debates and discussion of opposite ideas. I'm going to read opposing ideas. But I'm always practicing this game. Here's the thing. Once you say you want to be an entrepreneur, I think we need to raise what the fuck that really means. In the streets, we sell it short. We make it sound like it's just a cool badge you can wear and I can do things on my own. I can tell a man, fuck you. That's not what the fuck it is. You're going to one of the highest titles in life. The highest titles in life. If you told me that you was going to do a form of brain surgery that only 5 people in the world can do, or only 40 people in the world can do, or even only 1,000 people in the world of 8 billion people can do, I would expect your studies to be crazy. I would expect your updated studies to be crazy. I would expect that you'd be in a different state of person, a different mindset. Here's what fucks me up about the game. You've been sold the game so small. The model of entrepreneurship is so fucked up that many of us only have a mapping of it because we never experienced it. So many of us try to hold on to the lifestyle of regular and do entrepreneurship. You're never going to be regular again. When you decide you want to be an entrepreneur, you try to hold on to the lifestyle of regular, but yet you're trying to do some elite shit. Once you decide you want to do some elite shit, you got to have elite lifestyle. If you tell me you're a top-notch surgeon, going back to your dating conversation, and I walk in your house and that shit feels regular and your patterns feel regular, I know you. I ain't letting you touch my fucking ankle with a scratch and a Band-Aid because you're full of shit. But if you're really that surgeon, I know your time, your interruptions, your flow, your movement, how you get down, who you talk to, where you hang out is all going to shift. So somehow we want to become an entrepreneur, but we want to hang out with everybody else to make everybody else feel good and comfortable when they ain't thinking about you. Everybody too busy thinking about them goddamn selves. But that's a kind of distortion. You worrying about everybody else, you in everybody else's pocket, but you can't get in your own pocket. So that's the powerful. So really, what reason I'm pausing your question without answering just so ticky-tacky and giving you to that, you're talking about a mindset shift, that lifestyle shift. And when you're in this lifestyle, you start to find pathways to solve. Okay, here's the thing. There is no one problem for all entrepreneurs. There's no, okay, well, I did this, so Court did the same thing every day. I do the same thing every day, and Shakina does the same thing every day, and Fern does the same every day. We all have different problems to solve and different contextual ways of showing up because we all using different models that we all customize. So if you say, well, Fern, where you get your answers from? Shakina, where you get your answers from? Well, part of it is this. These people here are valuable to you, right? But it still falls mainly on you starting the journey and mapping it down to the territory. You having real feedback conversation loops. You being honest about where the fuck you really are. You can't say, oh, I'm an entrepreneur, I'm making some shit happen, I'm doing big things, and you went to work every day and went back home and went to work every day and didn't read shit to do anything different, and then by next week you're the same person? Really? I can tell you what you are. You're serving somebody, and it's okay. Everybody can't be leaders. But stop calling yourself this big boss when actually you're just a basic servant. You're that guy, the RPG guy or the guy that get video games that run around and he just kind of moves while the heroes running around doing things. There's some people like that, and that's okay. Most people are going to be in that role. That's human history, actually. Well, that's what's going to fuck you up. There ain't a lot of heroes in human history. That's going to really fuck you up. But the false distortion that we're doing in this lifestyle, and we at all the festivals, we're at all the concerts, we're in all the videos, that shit don't work. It just don't work. And that's the thing that you have to rationalize. Do I want this life? Do I want this life? Because it's a different life. You don't get to do everything everybody else do no more. It's just not what it is. You won't even find the same humor. You don't even have the same humor anymore. You won't even have the same pleasure. Matter of fact, you may even have greater pleasures and more extreme behaviors in certain areas to compensate for the balance of the other extreme lifestyle. It's a different rhythm. Mm-hmm. You won't follow a lot of the same rules in life. I'm sorry. Here's what it is.
I got a quick question.
Mm-hmm.
What's the relationship between maps and models? Are they interchangeable, or is a map a reduction of the model?
So map is a model.
Okay.
So map is a model. So model is this idea you have, right? But the idea for the model to become validated, it has to at some point engage the reality. What happens a lot of times, if you look amongst some, if you start paying attention in this next 2 weeks, watch how many people are stating models as being real. And then they're compounding their actions on top of those models. And then they start to build stuff on top of those models, but they're building on sand. There's nothing there. Just their beliefs.
Okay, I don't know her name that asked the first question, but I appreciate her for asking it because I've been asking this question my whole life, and can't nobody, or maybe I'm just not hearing it right. Mm-hmm. But I keep asking: is what happened in the Bible facts, or is it just some good stories?
Doesn't matter. Let me speak to you why it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Our hang up on calling it facts is a modern human requirement. It's not been a situation. Matter of fact, human history never worked like that. The principles is the most valuable part of the Bible. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. If it's true, great. If it's not, great. The principles and the value. I can say this for somebody who's not a. I don't believe in the Bible yet, but do I am a Christian like that? Nah. But I will stamp and say those principles are almost in all great books of wisdom. It's one of the most powerful books that still exist. It's often misunderstood because we try to trap it within our own and lean not to your own understanding. Look at me, Pastor Chris. I'm not coming to your church. I'm not going to be sitting with you. Don't be doing this to me. But
So
what I'm
what
saying
is
is
the
that a lot of times our limitation of our thinking shrinks the value of that book.
So what is an actual principle? Like, what does that even mean for something to be a principle versus a rule versus a whatever? Is it all the same? Is it like
It's all the same. So like the rules of how life works, what makes things actually function. Like every time the Bible shows the destruction of a society, the same things kind of happen every time there's a destruction of systems or societies, right? Sometimes we get snagged. Okay, so historically, when human beings told stories, it wasn't about the facts. It was, I will tell you this story because we didn't write it. Everybody wasn't writing like that. So I'm going to tell you this story. Everybody couldn't read and write. It wasn't like, okay, I wrote this to you. I sent you an email. This is year 202. You read my goddamn email. Don't be playing with me. No, that's not how it worked. So human beings, we're almost built to like lock in stories. Well, if you keep telling stories, some things may change a little bit, right? And mythologies are meant to shape the way large groups of human beings think. And this is how the world worked up to about 300 or 400 years ago. 300 or 400 years. Now, thousands of years we've been here, but the 300 or 400 years ago, we just started saying, let's write this shit down. Is it facts or not, right? But if the story actually serves you, then the story is true to you. All this shit is abstractions. If I tell you anything, it's all abstractions. There is no 100% facts until you make it facts. She asked a powerful ass question because she was like, yo, this book is full of abstractions. Some of us get snagged on, well, did Jesus have purple or yellow? I don't know. I don't know if I want to read this book until I figure out what color. No, it doesn't matter. What story do you get from the story that Jesus told? How many layers of wisdom is in Jesus Christ's stories, right? If you extract, now mind you, why am I doing this? Because I'm not really Christian like this. But
Get him.
but it's heat in there. If you see the wisdom of the stories, a lot of these mental models we've been talking about, majority of mental models I can think of are already in the Bible. You just never been taught as a slave mind. You've never been taught to see them. So you follow the Bible from a slave mindset. It's not the Bible's fault. It's the restriction of the world that you were designed to live in. Once you change your fucking consciousness, this book becomes like, whoa, it said that? Mm-hmm. I don't read the Bible like that. But from coming up in the church and, at one point starting to be a minister, all that stuff, I'm going to keep that real because if I promise you, Pastor Chris he gonna be having jokes and coming for me. But the thing is this, and I can't give him free material. He has to earn his own. But the point is this. And so, but when I go back and I look at these amazing scriptures, I'm like, yo, this is weight. It's how we start to shrink it and make ourselves comfortable or make it fit our own perception. But this book is full of brilliance. Mm-hmm. And I would challenge anybody that these principles I teach in class, do you know that Pastor Chris takes this class and find biblical scriptures that align with it from the Old Testament to the New Testament, and he translated it in a language that his church can hear? Did you know that? There's nothing I teach that Pastor Chris doesn't teach. He just teaches from a Christian perspective. So what I'm trying to explain to you is like, lower that good versus bad, right versus wrong, because most of the stuff is distractions.
So does that mean the way I've been observing or thinking about the Bible was from a polarized way of thinking, the polarized thinker thing?
All or nothing good. Yeah, that's some of that. It's a lot of distortions in the way we embrace the Bible. We never sat down and say, hey, is this book valuable for me? Is it valuable for me? Does it have degrees of deeper truths that, because mental models have been around for a long time. They don't really change very much. They may shift and show up differently, but surroundings, but it's the same core idea kind of floating, right? I bet you if Pastor Chris decided, I'm going to take on a challenge of every time you teach a mental model, I'm going to find a scripture to support it. You'd be like, it's always been here, yes. But I'm trying to help you. Remember I said, I'm about to open up a new dimension of your thinking. So now when you go back and read your Bible, you'll be like, oh, I had this all this time? I had this in my house, next to my bed, in that drawer, with a pen all this time, right? Yeah, you did. But when you read it, you shrunk it because you couldn't see it. Remember I said it was noise. When certain scriptures you read, all you heard was the noise. You didn't hear man, Pastor Chris, get out of my mind. You read it, you didn't hear the lesson. All you read was a noise. When you read the words of the lesson, but all you was able to extract the small pieces because the rest was just noise to your brain.
Facts.
So that's the game of it. So that's why I tell people, when you come in this class, I would make you fall in love with your spiritual beliefs if you're really about that. Now, if you're on some some variation of somebody who built a new model, Mormons, if you built some new model, then I'm gonna say to you, well, hey, why did that person build a model? What was the intent? What was the mindset that drove that model? Okay. But I can honestly say, I can't think of anything in the Bible. I'm a person that knows the Bible pretty. Like I don't remember the scriptures like the way I used to. But a lot of the stories I don't really have beefs with, because also once you understand how human beings really were, and you hear about some of these older stories, you go, that's not too crazy no more. When you know real human history, it's some weird shit.
Okay.
It ain't nothing like this shit you see on TV. TV is the ultimate distorter of real human existence.
Okay. I had two more, but it's really quick. So you know how I think it was in environmental factors, it was genetics, financial wealth, educational level, and so forth. So is it genetics, or is it just we just keep doing the same habits? Because they say it's not it's not passed down because it's what's in you. It's because you're doing the same thing that they did. So
nature or nurture. That's of course. Is it nature or nurture? It's both.
Genetics versus
nature. Okay, genetics can pass down to certain degrees of trauma, but there's already proof on the science around genetics that if a child has a certain experience, they can actually flip the switch and change the response to that traumatic. So genes don't purely dictate an outcome. You could change the response to that gene based upon how you're nurtured by society. Go ahead.
Okay, and then lastly, when you talked about the abstraction world of social media, I kind of felt like when I first started my business and I was like posting a lot and I thought I was doing something, I felt like I wasn't converting anything. It just felt like,
you weren't doing business yet.
Yeah, but it was just when you looking at all these gurus or mentors you should follow, everybody telling you to post 3 times a day. I'm like, I don't even know what to talk about. So
yeah, but that's not their fault. They were done wrong with what they did. You just didn't ground the map. You let the map be honest. You let that model, which is the map, you just took it and copied and pasted in your life, not realizing that the responsibility you didn't know. This is why you're here today. You didn't know that they can tell you what the fuck they want to tell you. It's your job to test it, ground it, and see if it works. And if it doesn't work, you dump it.
So does posting on social media need to be do that need to be a part of it?
There's no answer to that. It depends on what the challenge is. Now you're trying to take complexity and simplify it. We're back to that situation. Okay. The relationship to mapping is that so let me tell you how this sets itself up, Lily. I need somebody to give me some game. Let me tell you what you just said. I need somebody to tell me what to do. Let me just also tell you what you just said. I'm not going to analyze shit. Go and pimp me, daddy. That's what you just. I promise. That's what you just said. But you don't realize that's what you. But that's what you just said. But that's what you don't hear. But that's what you said. Because at this point, all I need to do is show up with some game on you, and you ride with daddy. You get where I'm going with this? Fern like, shit, girl, let me holler at you, break down some. Fern gonna just drop over her Bibles on you, read my shit. Fern, you tickling Fern, look, she's like, hold on a second, now cut that language out before I get up here and she'll start apostrophising. But anyway, apostrophising. Anyway, go ahead, Shamisha.
So my question is around systems versus stories. So what I'm understanding is you saying, I'm trying to show you how the world works. So you need to be able to see these systems, and you need to be able to see how they're moving. So I'm understanding that, which is why I was swearing. My question then is about stories, because I can see, if I'm thinking systems, then stories are way down here. I can see the distance. And so then my question is, I don't even know what I wrote. So my question was, what is the purpose of stories from a business perspective? Because I understand
it's a language. It's still a language of human interaction, human motivation, human inspiration. Right? Humans don't respond to data. Remember I said, moving forward in this class, you got to hold opposite truths at the same time. You got to know this. because now I'm asking you to think
It's
different,
external tool.
right? So you got to understand how the world works, the system works, right? You got to understand that stories can be used as tools of manipulation, but it's also your tool you can use as a manipulation. Most of the world respond to stories. If you want to inspire people to go left, you don't go to them like, look, go left because look at the facts. They're like, fuck off, who are you? Beat it. But if you give them a great story, you could get a nation of people to turn left. So a story is a tool that we use. You just got to know when to say, oh, I like that story, but it don't mean nothing to me.
It's a tool.
It's a tool.
Got it.
Yeah. But some people took a story, they don't even process a story and filter the details out. They just hear the story and then use the story as a factual abstraction. That's the key word. Factual extraction. So for many people, it's foundational for them. But at the end of the day, story is a powerful way of humans communicating. Like you said, you don't throw away this mapping concept or distractions. They're necessary. That's how we communicate as human beings. They're ways of predicting our next move. So if I gave her an extraction, it is a prediction, right? But in her prediction, in order for the prediction to work, which is a process, it's a process, she has to take ownership.
So would you say stories are models?
Stories are like a version of models, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. But they're the way of coloring models, right? It's almost like what art does. It colors the models to give the model more.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a model
Nuance.
enhancer. Yeah.
Okay. Online is giving you hella love. We just haven't had a chance to check in with them, but they've been clapping and shivering and getting goosebumps and getting all enlightened and stuff and just pulling out some. But they've been sprinkling salt. They've been doing stuff. They've been telling you to preach and all the things. Tavita asked a question. She says, efficiency kills creativity. Is that because when you are attempting to be efficient, you are following a map/model rather than creating your own?
No, neither one of those. But I like tell Tavita I love the way her brain is working with it. They both have value. Creativity is necessary to solve problems, right? Remember the choice game. Remember that? But efficiency is how you execute this process, right? But even in efficiency, a lot of times efficiency is undermined by models, right? But where Shakina's models will work for her, because the models she did have, she grounded those models to reality, right? Customer response. Then those models worked, right? But she still requires, so creativity and efficiency can both have corrupted models. They both can be victims of models, and they can both be enhanced by a model alignment. So but the reason they're a conflict is because often the process of how you get there is two different processes to get there, and a lot of times those processes they have conflicting points. That's all it is. Okay. Well, I got a sister back there real quick, then I'm coming to you, Fern.
So my question, is it on?
Yeah.
So my question is, would you say that slavery is a good example of spillover? Because we definitely have experienced slavery in different societies. I mean, American slavery, right? Because we experienced it in Africa, we experienced it in Egypt, we experienced it. But in this country, it became the growth, the overgrowth, because of imperialization and all these different things. So it was a high demand, and they had to, cotton was all that was a.
Oh, so that question is so damn rich.
Right.
First of all, thanks. I love rich questions. There's some degree of that, but there's some of that is passed down trauma. White folks went through some fucked up aristocracy was fucking crazy. They killed people at the drop of a dime like it was nothing. So then they sent the lowest of that culture over. Just like in Africa right now, some of the lowest of black folks are heading over to Ghana, and they causing fucking problems, right? It's like when you send the lowest, you're sending a certain mindset, which is a mindset that has cognitive distortions that's causing damage because of the cognitive distortions. White folks were so ran down in the hole, by the time they got here, they was doing a lot of damage. There was some spillover damage, you're right. But also in addition to that, some of it was traumatic transferring, right? And 3, the morality that we hold today did not really exist at that level at the time. If you go back to human history, 200 years back, killing, murder, death, and destruction was just the way human beings got down, right? That's why we produced so many children, and we were killing off groups overnight all the time. So when you put slavery, although I am totally against slavery still hits my chest. And if you ever go to the castle in Africa, Ghana, or any of the coastal places, that shit like literally like you have to sit for hours and just process. He went to Tulsa, Oklahoma with me, and man, for a few hours, man, I'm glad he had no guns because he was dangerous. Like he made me a little nervous, and that's my brother. And so the reality is that there are spillover effects, which are 100% true, but there's more complexities in that. And the reason you want to study those complexities, not because it is hard to do sometimes, because you see I'm even getting choked up because slavery, it hits me. But it's hard to do, but there's so many lessons of at some point you can be that person too. You can be that person too. If you think that every dictator or tyrant or massive killer started the game hating people, that's not how it worked. It was when a bad, good idea tipped and created a spillover. And that spillover was horrible to the world. So that's like I said, even look at the story of Pablo Escobar. Look at the early version of him. He wanted to be a politician and help his country. It just, as it grew and as that bad idea and his bad system started to evolve, it choked him into something that we all now go, God, that dude was hella destructive, right? So that's important we learn that. It's not that I'm trying to ever celebrate that or say it's okay. Just like if you understand rape and molestation, first you have to forgive the rapist, otherwise they rape you for the rest of your life. Then you need to understand it so you don't allow your child, because a lot of women who've been raped put their children in harm's way unconscious to themselves. So in order to prevent you from the effects getting out of control moving forward, you got to kind of tap into it. Because often the person who created the molestation was probably molested. And the person who was victimized has been removed from a certain level of consciousness that now disables their ability to protect their kids. I can't tell you how many times a young girl was molested and the mother told her it happened, and the mother said it didn't happen because it was her trauma and it wasn't her denying it for her child. Humans are so much more complex than these cute. When I was a kid, I watched David the Beaver and I knew that shit wasn't real. But today, y'all don't. Y'all think this shit's real, which y'all see on TV. Because them stories always start complex and end perfectly. And y'all think that's how life really works. This shit is messy and it's all over the place. But there are patterns, there's opportunities, and there's ways to think, to build stuff in this world. We can achieve a level of success you can't even begin to imagine. That's why I say when I look at these self-help programs, they're playing to your weaknesses, not your strengths. That's all they're doing. And really, like, it really requires a mental mind shift. And that mental mind shift, like right now, some of y'all should feel kind of uncomfortable. And that's okay. You shouldn't come to work out with me and you feel the same before you walked in, motherfucker. And you should be sore for a few days afterwards. That's all part of the equation of evolution. And so, in a sense, I told you guys, we're going to a new reality now. We're not taking the reality you have and trying to extend it so you can reach over and eventually jump over that cliff. I'm pushing you guys over the cliff to a new way of thinking. Did you have a question? Or Cassandra, go ahead. Oh, somebody else? Okay. Fern? That's right, Fern, you had a question.
Okay. I'm thinking through this, the mental models thing, right? Mm-hmm. And how it says rooted in reality. But our reality ain't even real because it's skewed by what our beliefs are, right? Mm-hmm. So how do you get to the point where you're able to deduct true reality with numbers?
You make it. Well, first of all, okay, that's a tough question. It's learning to, it's like, so right now you have to learn to see reality for what it is. What it is that a lot of times reality hurts sometimes. So we deal with these ways to cope, but then we get lost in our coping. And coping started when you was a young kid, and you've been coping since. And then you watch TV to cope. You go on social media to cope. And after a while, you're so lost in that, right? A lot of us get mad when people, like I can't tell you how many times I've talked about reality in this class, and somebody said their friend was at home listening and got mad at me. As if I called him a bitch. I say, Lisa Johnson, you a bitch. And that's just what it is. And if you want to be rich, call her a bitch too, right? So she at home fuming, and she's not really mad at me. It's that I'm breaking down her coping mechanisms, which she feels attacked, right? You got to practice gaining access to reality. And in our world, it depends on it. As an entrepreneur, it depends on it. You got to know what people are really going to do when this happens. It doesn't mean that even if they doing what they do because of an illusion, that's the reality of what they're going to do when this happens. And if you're not aware of what they're going to do when this happens, then you can possibly build a bad idea that will line up with what they won't do, because in your mind, you don't made up who they are. So it's really about just really accepting the world for what it is. Stop saying the word, which is a kind of the distortion. The word should is a kind of the distortion, because every time you say the word should be like this, you dive deeper into your own hallucination of what's going on in the world, as opposed to this is what's happening in the world. Black people should do this. White people should do this. Stop. What are they doing? How do we know that's what they're doing for sure? Have we asked them? How have we investigated? Do we study systems of what make causations? Do we understand correlations? Do we understand perception? Like, do we understand these basic ideas of how the world works? And so that's why I said these next 6 months, we're going in the paint. I'm over, because I kept hearing, I felt like if people were learning in this class, and some people were doing well because they were taking their own ownership and achieving it. But then I started hearing a lot of distortion and hallucination, like, because I'm like, you're not doing nothing. Nothing. Did you make a profit from it? Can you reinvest something with it? You did nothing. So it is a process, but just know many of us will never take that path because it's too uncomfortable.
So, I was, I loved the book when I read it, but didn't know how to apply it to business. And I'm here listening, and it still sounds really cool, but it would be helpful to have action steps, I guess, kind of in my mind on how to use this. And so is it fair to say, as a business owner, we're creating maps for our clients or customers, and we're testing that map by putting it out into the market, by giving it to the little trailblazer people to let us know whether or not there's value in that map?
So use it. This could have been just your class by itself. Remember when you started your product, and he said in the book, he said, a lot of times people can't do business well in certain markets because they can't explain what they do.
Yeah.
Your map is so complex, you can't transfer that.
Right.
And you can't really tell me your customer profile with details. That means you're in pure map mode. When you go to model mode, you can tell me so many details about your customer, and you're tweaking. By the way, girl, I don't know what map or model you use for this shit, but this shit's real. If y'all don't get a piece about it, look here. This is the territory here. But look here. Look. I'm feeling some kind of way. Look here. I'm about to get emotional, start crying, talking to you like, why are you crying? It's so good. but listen, you're going through it right now as a new business owner, because you came out in the game with a whole bunch of models in your mind, with your maps. Then when it came time to say, okay, all right, how much money did you make this month?
What money?
Then that means you're stuck in map mode. The grounding is when you start to test these ideas and you realize, oh, this is what I want to do, but this is what reality says I can do. That's the difference. When reality because reality dictates where we can go with this game, right? I can't say, yo, Shabisha, next week, I want to go to Mars. Make that shit work. That's not what reality says. Reality says, well, now let me tell you what options you got. Tell you how much money you have, and this is your map, and this is your model. But I can spend the rest of the next couple of weeks or next few hours. She can come to me and say, Nana, give me 10 million right now. I'll get you to Mars. If I give her 10 million, I'm disconnected from reality. If you put, okay, so you say, that sounds silly. Okay, so let's transfer this. Time, attention, money. How much time did you get this idea? So how much time did you invest in your map as opposed to the territory? You see the difference? So if you're talking about time, attention, money, which is your limited resources, where are you using your time for? Where's your attention at? Does your attention align what you have as far as your relationship to your territory, or does your attention align your map? Be real about this shit. You guys get where I'm going with this? By the way, if I look at you, I see L.A. Does she have the L.A. braids? No, Shakina. So anyway, look up, girl. But point is this, and so when you get where I'm going with this, like, it's such a thin line in our brain, because our brain tries to mend the two as real. They're actually very separate. And the way you know you have a model, your model's working, The feedback loop is telling you that something's working, so you start to tweak the model to optimize its performance. But if you think the energy you're putting to the map is working, quite often you'll pour a hell of time into this idea, never yielding any resources because you realize the map was not the territory. That separation is huge. It's fucking huge. It's all business. You know how many black people right now got maps that they think is the territory? Go out next time to a networking event. Do me a favor. Go to a networking event and ask people what they do and let them talk. And then try to investigate the feedback loops. How much money they're making, where they're selling their items, what the numbers are like, And you're going to realize they just spent 2 hours or 1 hour getting you excited about a motherfucking map. And there's no territory there. There's no ground level there. People giving you advice every day. Let me tell you, Cassandra, what I would do. You over there arguing with them, debating. You should never argue with them because they have no data. You should seek out other people who have territory experience to help you give it feedback, as well as at some point, you got to stop seeking people out and testing your ideas on the ground level. And this one, the name of your business becomes control, because when you go, hey Albert, I'm selling this this thing around working out that with the mind, the body, the spirit, these things come together, and he'd be like, Shabisha, wait up for me. Now you realize I gotta change that shit because the grounding. But without the grounding, your brain. Have you ever told yourself a story that sounded beautiful, but when you went to tell somebody else, you sounded like you lost your goddamn mind? It's because you didn't realize you was really just echoing the tones of your other stories of your map. You guys get that? Deeper. Go back to models. Go back to study what is a model, and it makes all the sense in the world. Go back to study, what is a model? What is these abstractions we use to help us engage reality? But when you use this abstract to engage reality, if that abstract has not been taken ownership by you, it's not yours. With that being said, y'all, as they say in Brooklyn, I'm about to get the fuck up out of here because some shit about to go down and give me another piece of this cake. Well, they say it a little different, but you know what I'm saying. With that said, good night, y'all.